overall you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months, and even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed, and they're the stuff inside your stuff, even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs, and it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth parting with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Dear John, I was hoping it wouldn't come to this, but you've left me no choice. I'm leaving. Uncontrolled high blood pressure is really serious, and lately you seem to really not care. I've been there for you since day one, and I know you think I'm going to keep ticking. But no, my friend, I can quit whenever I want. Why can't we get back to the good times, when we were more active and ate more healthy foods, and you checked on me every once in a while? Is that too much to ask? I don't want to leave, but unless you stop ignoring me, what else am I supposed to do? Remember, when I quit, you quit. Sincerely, your heart.
Listen to your heart. Don't let it quit on you. Doing the minimum to control your high blood pressure isn't doing enough. High blood pressure can lead to a stroke, heart attack, or death. Get your blood pressure to a healthy range before it's too late. Find out how at heart.org/blood pressure. Check, change, control. A message from the American Heart Association, the American Stroke Association, and the Ad Council.
Hey, what's up, everybody? I'm Jason Derulo. I love that music connects to people all over the country. But unfortunately, so does something else. Childhood hunger. 15 million kids struggle with hunger right here in America. And yet, every year, billions of pounds of surplus food in the U.S. go to waste instead of going to the children in need. Feeding America is working to change this. The Feeding America nationwide network of food banks rescues this surplus of food to help provide meals to families in virtually every community in the United States, including yours. But they just can't do this alone. Join me in the fight against hunger in America. For more information on what you can do to get involved, visit feedingamerica.org. That's feedingamerica.org. Together we can solve hunger. Together, we're Feeding America. A message from Feeding America and the Ad Council.
Hey, everyone. Let's all stop what we're doing right now and take a moment. That felt good, huh? Just like that, we had a nice, special sort of moment together. Of course, they don't all need to be quiet moments to be special. They could be loud moments, goofy moments, sporty moments, dorky moments. Moments where we talk or walk or just hang out. It doesn't really matter. They all count. Because every time dads like us take a moment like that to spend with our kids, well, it's pretty momentous. Sounds like somebody agrees. So let's take a moment to make a moment. Today, call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
Music is a bridge between the material and the spiritual. My name is Harvey Lauer, and I'm 82. As a blind person, you have to be aware that nobody can tell you what you can or can't do. You really have to try things. My folks got me a little radio in 1940, and that was the best Christmas present I ever got. When I was 11 years old is when I started to play music, play the piano, and then the accordion, and then the cello. My wife, who was also blind, was a good cook. When she died, that's when I started Meals on Wheels. America, let's do lunch.
1 in 6 seniors faces the threat of hunger, and millions more live in isolation. Drop off a hot meal and say a quick hello. Volunteer for Meals on Wheels by donating your lunch break at americaletsdolunch.org. This message brought to you by Meals on Wheels America and the Ad Council.
Hi, this is Terry Crews. actor, former football player, game show host, father of 5, and all-around big dude. I'm also an expert on drama. I know all kinds of drama. There's the good kind that comes with having a house full of kids. There's the bad kind, like season-ending injuries. There's the necessary kind, like having an agent in Hollywood. And there's silly drama, like the drama around my percolating pectorals. And then there's the drama you can skip.
Skip the drama that comes with not having your high school diploma or equivalency. Find free adult education classes near you and finish your high school diploma. Visit finishyourdiploma.org.
Or text diploma to 97779. Message and data rates may apply. Reply STOP to opt out. That's diploma to 97779. And leave the drama to actors like me.
Brought to you by the Dollar General Literacy Foundation and the Ad Council.
Adopt US Kids presents Multiple Choice Parenting.
Your daughter just had her first breakup. Do you A, put yourself in her shoes?
How could he do this to you? And for Sheila, she has split ends.
B, console her?
Oh, sweetie, this is going to happen a lot. 4, maybe 5 more times before you get married.
C, take charge?
Got to get this all straightened out. Keep a little talking to, man to man, mano a mano. Hey, Steve! It's now a good time? No? Okay, no problem. Bye.
Or D, help her find a new boyfriend?
I know a great place to meet boys. The internet. Nice, single boys. Never mind. How about some ice cream?
As a parent, there are no perfect answers. But you don't have to be perfect to be a perfect parent. Thousands of teens in foster care will love you just the same.
For more information on how you can adopt, visit adoptuskids.org. A public service announcement from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Adopt U.S. Kids, and the Ad Council.
This is you over 30 years ago.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
And this is your mom when you drive her back from therapy.
Are we there yet? Are we there yet? Are we there yet?
Roles change without us noticing. And in your new role, we help you help. AARP gives you the information to help care for your mom so that you can have patience with her, just like she did with you. Visit aarp.org/caregiving or call 1-877-333-5885 to get practical health and wellness tips to provide even better care for your loved one.
Are we there yet?
Remember, visit aarp.org/caregiving. AARP, we help you help. A public service announcement brought to you by AARP and the Ad Council.
When I was little, I didn't talk for a long time. I liked things to always be the same. Anything new or different would scare and upset me. I was very sensitive to lights and sounds. It was almost like I had bigger eyes and ears than everyone else. So I built secret hiding places where nothing could get in. I didn't like looking people in the eye. It made me feel uncomfortable. I'd throw big tantrums over little things like when my socks didn't match. Sometimes I'd do the same things over and over. Until one day, I found out I had autism. My family got me help. Slowly, I learned how to live with it better.
You can see signs of autism in children as young as 18 months. Early intervention can make a lifetime of difference. Learn the signs at autismspeaks.org/signs. Brought to you by Autism Speaks and the Ad Council.
It's Thursday night, and you're grabbing drinks with some friends. Started off with a pitcher for the table, which quickly becomes 2. There's pool. And there's the photo booth.
All right, everybody squeeze in. Say cheese.
Followed naturally by an order of wings. And another.
Can we get some extra ranch sauce?
Then there's the ceremonial nightcap.
So what are we doing this weekend?
And lastly, it's back to the car, which, if you're buzzed, could be the most expensive night of your life. Getting pulled over for buzzed driving could cost you around $10,000 in fines, legal fees, and increased insurance rates. Nothing kills a buzz like getting pulled over for buzzed driving, because buzzed driving is drunk driving. Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
It's the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.
Karl-Anthony Towns traded to the New York Knicks. Are Aaron Rodgers and Robert Saleh not on the same page? And Rex Ryan says that the Eagles don't play like a team. And much, much more on a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. Doc Rivers is going to have Damian Lillard run very fast out of town. Does he help them win? You're under 500. Aaron Judge helps the Yankees win. You're paying the players $300 million. You better be sure that that guy's going to help you get over the hump. For some reason, this guy is completely lost on calling plays. Maybe he's a therapist. Jackson crying to the referee. No, he didn't. We are back for a new show of the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey. Remember, you can call us at 631-672-3108 is the number to call. Go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listings for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio. I want to apologize to all the fans out there. We've had some difficulties with StreamYard. StreamYard's been an absolute you-know-what, but I'm not going to say it on live radio. I don't want to piss anybody off, including StreamYard, but an organization that's all over the place. But we're here. We're happy to be here. Speedy, what's going on, man?
Well, happy the Mets clinched the playoff spot. That's about it for today.
Well, I mean, somebody like you that is running our board and everything like that, nobody would be working on StreamYard or trying to figure out StreamYard and the problems that we've had with StreamYard over the last, I would say, hour, and then do what you did on StreamYard. I'm not going to say it, but it's been a crazy, crazy weekend and a lot of crazy things that have happened in sports. If you're a Jet fan, you can't be happy. If you're a Giant fan, well, you expected it. The New York Knicks make a big move on Friday night to add Karl-Anthony Towns. We will get into that in just a few moments, but yeah, it's been crazy. And it's a great football week, even though the games are so lopsided. And to me, with football, every single week, there's a challenge every single week. And we all know the Kansas City Chiefs are expected to go to the Super Bowl. So they knock off the Chargers this week. Very close game. Another game that Patrick Mahomes just didn't show up to. I don't care. Anybody that puts Patrick Mahomes as an MVP caliber quarterback this year is crazy. He's not having the season that everybody thought he was going to have. Either has Travis Kelce, but Travis Kelce looked like Travis Kelce on Sunday, at least a little bit. No touchdowns, 80-something yards. It was a pretty good day for Travis, and they had to make shirts to get Travis more involved. What team? I just want to, before we get into our show, what team goes out there because their player is just being drop-kicked by every single analyst throughout the world, and then they make shirts, just a love fest for Travis Kelce. It made no sense. But again, it is the Kansas City Chiefs. So it's very expected that the Kansas City Chiefs would do something that horrific. And I say horrific, it's not even a word, but it's a moron and it's terrific. So you put it together, it's horrific. But anyways, yeah. So it's been a crazy week, and I want to mention two deaths that happened over the last 24 hours. First death, Dikembe Mutombo dies with a brain tumor, cancer in the brain, passed away at the age of 58, one of the greatest defensive players in NBA history. If anybody doesn't remember Dikembe Mutombo, he was the one that waved his finger up in the air when he blocked somebody. And he's like, not me, So he will be missed. May he rest in peace, Dikembe Mutombo. I didn't even know that he had cancer. I don't even know if his family knew that he had cancer. Maybe they did, but horrible news for the NBA. So my heart goes out to him and his family. And then just really recently, TMZ and a bunch of other, I guess, companies that reach out. ESPN also posted it on their social media that Pete Rose passed away today. And just a few moments ago, at the age of 83, Pete Rose, who I think has been disrespected by the MLB, and he got a chance to see what was going on before he passed away this year with Shohei Ohtani, who I have no idea. And I'm just speaking the truth here. And that's Dikembe Mutombo, ladies and gentlemen. Again, one of the greatest defensive centers we've ever seen. And I guess you could say he didn't play power forward, but at the tail end of his career, he did play power forward a little bit on Miami. I think he was on Miami for a little bit. So, like I said, may he rest in peace. But the Pete Rose, a guy that I've been sticking up for a long, long time, who I think should be in the Hall of Fame. Now, Rob Manfred and baseball analysts and all the baseball writers are going to obviously put him in the Baseball Hall of Fame in the next year or two, being that he's passed away and he's no longer, or he can no longer get involved with the MLB. This guy is going to go to the Hall of Fame. One of the greatest hitters, and arguably the greatest hitter to ever play in Major League Baseball. He will be missed. The one thing I could tell you about Pete Rose, I met Pete Rose years and years ago at a card show. And what I loved about Pete Rose is he was so honest, so, dedicated to his fans. He signed everything. He was so interactive with the fans. And that's what I loved about Pete Rose. It wasn't, listen, you didn't like the way he played the game. I loved the way he played the game. I got a chance to see him at the tail end of his career in the 80s. But Pete Rose was just an explosive player that didn't give a crap what you thought about him. And if he needed to run into a catcher or rush the pitcher because somebody threw at him, Pete Rose was that type of guy. He was just a lightning bolt and a person that I think a lot of ex-baseball players or even baseball players that know a little bit about Pete Rose or was raised, speaking story or fathers and mothers talking about Pete Rose and the stories behind Pete Rose and what he did with the Big Red Machine and just the outstanding player he was. My heart goes out to the Rose family. My heart goes out to all the Cincinnati fans out there that were just in love with the type of player that he was. And I was a big fan. I actually have a jersey of Pete Rose. I didn't find out until probably a few moments ago that he passed away. So I didn't get a chance to put on his jersey. I am wearing Minnesota jersey, and you're probably wondering why I'm doing that, but we will get into that in just a few moments. But yeah, congratulations to a great life and a great career of one of the greatest baseball players to ever play the game, and that's Pete Rose. May he rest in peace. So my heart goes out to the Rose family.
Absolutely. Both of them icons in their sport too. Pete Rose, like Charlie Hustle, as they know it, was a great influence on and off the field, obviously with all the controversy, but I agree with you. Like the fact that the Hall of Fame can't put him in now is shameful. And Dikembe Mutombo, one of the best shot blockers we've ever seen. It definitely was an influence to international basketball too, or in Africa as well.
Well, we don't know when he is going to be inducted into the Hall of Fame, but best believe that Pete Rose in the next year or two will be inducted into the Hall of Fame. There's no way the writers are going to keep him out. He'll definitely get in. It's just a shame that he'll never get a chance to see it. And I don't understand what Bud Selig, and Bud Selig over the years has allowed steroids. He didn't want steroids, but he allowed it. And it helped baseball when the strike happened in 94, 95 and helped, when it came back with McGuire and Sosa and then Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and all the craziness that happened over the years after that. It's shameful that baseball kept Pete Rose out of the one big spot that baseball players are always going to be appreciated. He is in Cooperstown. There's all different things. His bat, his glove is in Cooperstown, but Pete Rose was never inducted into Cooperstown. So shameful that the MLB really didn't look at him as a commodity. As a matter of fact, they thought he was a joke after being, obviously the accusations that he bet on baseball, which he did. He admitted to it, but he admitted to betting for his team, not against his team. So I never understood or understand why baseball kept this guy out of the Cooperstown, out of the Hall of Fame. So again, may Dikembe Mutombo and Pete Rose rest in peace. My heart goes out to them and their families. So it's been crazy. We've had some problems, and I know everybody's seeing it right now. There's no background. There's no overlay. I want to apologize to all the fans for at least tonight. We're not going to have any, but we'll have some videos. We'll have all that other stuff. And a little bit later in the show at 8 o'clock, we'll be talking to ChatSports Steelers and NFL analyst Jack Sperry. He's been on our show before. I'd love to hear his take on the Justin Fields situation. So I told you to reach out to him, and thank you, Speedy, for doing that. At 9 o'clock, we'll be talking to Michael Mandelbaum. His son, Andrew, is a good friend with Anthony, Pags, a talented high school baseball player that is recovering from a car crash in West Babylon. I don't know if you heard about this. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. There was an accident. 5 kids passed away in this car. It was hit by a drunk driver. Andrew was the only one to survive in the accident. So he just came out of his coma. He is breathing on a respirator, but he's alive, and it looks like he's going to live. So,
and also there's a GoFundMe page and
we'll talk about that.
Page.
Yes.
You could click the link to donate as well to help out Anthony.
Yeah. So, ladies and gentlemen, we will promote it throughout the show, especially when we go to our breaks. Anthony and family is going to need all the help they can get, and right now, any support for Anthony and his family, please. Go to our YouTube page or go to, where do they find it, Speedy?
GoFundMe.
And how do you find the page, Speedy?
Click the link on the YouTube page.
The YouTube page, and it's right over there. You hit it. Right now, they've raised over $21,000. The more the merrier for Anthony, a very good young baseball player. And hopefully soon he'll get a chance to get back on the field and play baseball again. But horrible story. Happy that he's alive, but sad that 5 of his peers have passed away. Horrible story. So many deaths with these car accidents, these drunk drivers. What are they thinking? I mean, seriously, I have no idea why people would put, people at risk. If you can't drink first of all, you shouldn't be drinking and driving. But if you can't drive or you're drinking, if you're just having a shot and you can't, if it's not around the corner, don't drive. Don't drive. You shouldn't even drink. If you drink anything, you shouldn't be driving. Walk home or take an Uber. Nobody should be at risk. I don't even know why I even said, even if having a shot. I don't drink, so I don't know anything about it. But nobody should drink and drive. If you're taking anything, if you're smoking, if you're doing any kind of drug, call an Uber. It's easy. Call a taxi. Call something. Call a Lyft. Don't put anybody at risk. So we're gonna have a very special guest a little bit later on the show, as we will be talking to Michael Mandelbaum. He will be joining us a little, speaking about Andrew and his friendship with Anthony. And is Andrew going to come on? Is he?
He said he didn't really want to. He wasn't really comfortable talking.
All right, so we'll have Michael on. So looking forward to getting Michael on, and we'll get to hear some stories and how obviously Anthony is doing right now in the hospital. So the big story over the weekend, and I know everybody heard about it, is a lot, and Knicks fans should be very excited about this. And it's funny because Fish was talking about it for the last 2 weeks. I've been speaking about this since the season's end. The Knicks had a chance to land a big-time superstar, and what Dante DiVincenzo did last year in the playoffs and what he did throughout the season, hitting all those threes. He had one of those seasons that you can't forget, over 200 3-point shots. It was fantastic. And Julius Randle, who's been a big part of the Knicks' growth over the last 5 seasons. Obviously, the bricklayer, I've been speaking about him over the playoffs. The guy doesn't show up to the playoffs and can't stay healthy throughout the full season. But a guy like Julius Randle, who averaged last year about 24 and 10, he's been averaging a double-double pretty much over the last 3 seasons. He's been an all-star twice and an all-NBA player, I think, twice in the last 3 years. He gets so here's the story. The Athletic Fred Katz reports that the Timberwolves have traded Karl-Anthony Towns to the Knicks. Katz also added that the two teams have been talking about this deal for the last 3 months, so it shouldn't be a surprise. There were also reports that earlier that in the offseason that the Timberwolves wouldn't be able to afford some of their top players because they were affected by the NBA TV deal. The Timberwolves will get back Julius Randle, Dante DiVincenzo, and a protected first-round draft pick by the Pistons, and 2 bench players that just signed. Dante DiVincenzo was reportedly unhappy in New York with the potential playing time and not as much into the Nova Knicks idea. Paul Pierce said on his podcast that he still doesn't see the New York Knicks winning a championship in his lifetime. Towns averaged 21.8 points per game, 8.3 rebounds per game, and 3 assists per game in 62 games last season. First of all, just to get into what Paul Pierce said, Paul Pierce can't stand the New York Knicks. He played for Boston for so many years, and he was a Boston Celtic practically his whole career before the tail end. I mean, he played at the tail end, I think it was the Clippers, and he was a Brooklyn Net. He was a Boston Celtic his whole career. So, of course, just like Danny Ainge couldn't stand the Knicks and did whatever he could to screw the New York Knicks when the Knicks wanted to make a trade with him, a.k.a. we all know what happened over there in Utah and why they didn't get the Spider. This same thought with Paul Pierce coming out and saying what he said about the New York Knicks, saying that he will never see or doesn't believe he'll see the Knicks win a championship in his lifetime. He can't stand them. So, of course, the great, whatever he calls himself, the truth, comes out and says that the New York Knicks will never win a championship in his lifetime. What a bogus statement. But another pal of his, Kevin Garnett, said something on his podcast recently. And he said adding Karl-Anthony Towns could only tell you one thing, that the Knicks could be on their way of the brink of a championship competitive team. Now, a brink, I don't know about that. I think they're a top 3, top 4 team right now in the NBA. Going into the offseason and adding Mikal Bridges, I thought that they were as competitive and ready to win, adding a piece like that and having Julius Randle come back and all the depth that the New York Knicks had going into the regular season last year and the depth that they were going to have going into the season this year. I thought the Knicks were going to be as competitive as they've been over the last couple of years. But this move for Karl-Anthony Towns, Cat, was absolutely needed. And the reason why is Mitchell Robinson, which came out a week ago, he was not going to be back until February. January, the earliest, but they're saying probably February. They needed size. They're the smallest team or one of the smallest teams in the Eastern Conference. And they were talking about putting, I don't know, they were saying Julius Randle at the 5. They were also talking about OG playing the 5. It made no sense. Now, obviously, Tom Thibodeau last year played very, very small. And why did he play very, very small? Because they didn't have that many size players. Hartenstein, who played and was fighting injury on and off all season. Mitchell Robinson couldn't stay healthy all season long. So they were very small. They were playing very, very small last year. And in the playoffs, it caught up to the New York Knicks, as we saw against Indiana. But I will say this, and if you're a New York Knicks fan, this move for Karl-Anthony Towns was absolutely needed. It puts them in position now to compete with the Boston Celtics. It puts them in position now to obviously compete with the Greek Freak. Now, Milwaukee doesn't have the depth this year that everybody thought they were going to have last year. But Milwaukee, with Lopez coming back and Giannis, they have a tremendous amount of size. And even Middleton, he's a big guy. So the Knicks would be playing small against these big teams in the Eastern Conference. The Karl-Anthony Towns move, what it does for the New York Knicks is it spreads their offense out. Karl-Anthony Towns is a great three-point shooter. He's a career 39% three-point shooter, almost 40% for a guy that big. It's tremendous. It's going to open up the pick and roll at the top of the key for the New York Knicks. And the thing about what makes Julius Randle so great and what made him great last year is the pick and roll was great, but they didn't have three-point shooters at the big, at the 5. or even at the 4, because Julius Randle, yes, he's on and off. He's hot and cold at the 3-point line. He missed a significant amount of time, and Julius Randle had one of his best seasons as a pro before he got hurt. But Julius Randle, even last year, at some points was not hitting the 3. Karl-Anthony Towns opens up the 3-point line for the big man. And what does it do for him when he plays the pick and roll at the top of the key and he drives to the rim? He's going to draw players, and it's going to open up, obviously open shots for Karl-Anthony Towns, OG Anunoby. It's going to spread out the offense. It's going to open up the talent pool that the Knicks have with OG and Mikal Bridges and their starting lineup that they have. Is this the best starting lineup right now in the Eastern Conference? I don't know. Now, we all know what Jason Tatum can do and White did last year, making the Olympic team. We all know what, obviously, certain players like Brown and that great Boston Celtic team is and what they produce on the bench. And they played fantastic and very well deserved last year, winning a championship. But the New York Knicks adding this kind of depth, and everybody says, well, they lost depth. They really didn't. And I'm going to tell you why. They drafted Kolek. Kolek is a guard that they really, really like. He's not going to be in the lineup early this season, but he's a guy that is going to be pivoting. If something goes on with, obviously, Jalen Brunson or any one of the guards, they're going to bring Kolek in. It gives them a little bit more depth to play with, and they've added some pieces in Payne. So they have enough pieces going into this season to make a trade like this for Karl-Anthony Towns. I think he's a top 3 big man right now in the NBA. I do not believe he was very happy in Minnesota over the last couple of years. Anthony Edwards was the superstar there. He lost his number 1 role because over the last 2 years, Anthony Edwards has really been the face of the Minnesota Timberwolves. I'm sorry, I'm trying to get my breath. But what I love about Karl-Anthony Towns is he's a team player. It's not about me. Julius Randle over the last couple of years has always been about himself. That R.J. Barrett trade, I think he had some problems with R.J. Barrett when they brought OG Anunoby here to the organization. I think that it changed the spectrum of this team, and he realized that Jalen Brunson was the number 1 guy. But even him, as a transitional player that he was, and a two-way, and trying to develop his two-way position as a New York Knick, I think it opened up his thoughts that he wasn't going to fit here with the New York Knicks. And I think Tom Thibodeau, over the last couple of months, on some of the thoughts and off-season moves that the Knicks have made, I thought was pretty fitting that Julius Randle wasn't going to be a part of the future of this organization. And Mikal Bridges tells it and sells it all. Mikal Bridges is the same player as Julius Randle, just a better defensive player, maybe not as good as offensively as Julius Randle, but he could be a guy that's going to give you 20, 22 points off the bench. You could start him and give you 20 to 22 points as a starter, as a 3. And I just think that I thought it was never going to work. And now you bring in a guy like Karl-Anthony Towns, Cat. He's a guy that's going to spread the floor. He's going to give you 20-something points. He's going to give you 10 rebounds, and he's going to give you that really important need for size in the middle, which the Knicks needed after losing Mitchell Robinson over the last week.
Yeah, it was very necessary for them to get in some capacity. I'm surprised they were able to do it this fast right before the season started because Karl-Anthony Towns is as big of a name. But like the report was saying, like they've been negotiating it for months. So that kind of thing, the Timberwolves clearly had interest in Julius Randle. I didn't think they wanted to trade Dante DiVincenzo, but they had to do it in order to make it work. And maybe he wasn't as on board of the Nova Knicks thing as we thought. Fine. But I think that was more about him not getting the playing time, which he'll definitely get in Minnesota because that was one of their big weaknesses in the playoffs. Outside of Anthony Edwards, they didn't really have much on the wings. So they got that end of it. But the Knicks didn't have to trade as much as we expected either. At the same time, Julius Randle was going to go in any trade, but they needed the size badly. They got it.
And Dante DiVincenzo didn't want to be there. I mean, the story is coming out is he was losing time. He wasn't going to play as much. He loved the fact that he played a lot in the playoffs, especially with all the injuries, and he wasn't going to get that time. McBride played, in some aspects in Indiana. When he played Indiana, he did not play well, but against Philadelphia, McBride showed up. I think they felt that McBride was a better fit than Dante DiVincenzo? Because I've heard there were stories coming out that the Timberwolves were interested in McBride Miles McBride more than they were interested in Dante DiVincenzo. But DiVincenzo over the last week, 2 weeks, when the Knicks were thinking about making this move, and I don't think this was some crazy thought that the Knicks just made this move at the end of the season, before the season started. I thought that the Knicks knew that they had to speed up this process because of the fact that the season was right around the corner, and Mitchell Robinson, as they heard through the doctors and what the doctor said, there were stories coming out that there's a chance that Mitchell Robinson would be back in December. Now they're saying he might not be back in February. The Knicks cannot go into February, in the middle of the season, 3-4 months into the season, knowing that they're fighting for a playoff spot in an Eastern Conference that is so competitive now. There are 5 spots and 5 top teams. The Knicks cannot fall out of that top 4 spot if they expect to make a run for a championship. So they needed to make this move. I think it was a great move for the New York Knicks. We'll see how it works. We know what Towns did with Tom Thibodeau over there in Minnesota. It didn't work out, maybe because Jimmy Buckets was there and Jimmy Buckets was messing around with his girlfriend. Those were the stories. But Tom Thibodeau and Karl-Anthony Towns did not work very well over there in Minnesota the time that he was there as the GM/coach. But I think it's different. I think it's run different. Leon Rose was his agent. We all know the background behind Cat and what he can do. And I think Cat wanted to be here. Cat's from New Jersey. He grew up a New York Knicks fan. He lives, an hour away from Madison Square Garden. He loves that he gets to come back. He gets to play for his dream team, playing in New York and get a chance to win a championship here with Jalen Brunson and some of these players. I think he's very, very happy here. He's not the guy, but he's the number 2 guy. And I think he'll be very, very happy. By the way, Jalen Brunson and Karl-Anthony Towns were in the 3-point contest this past year in the All-Star game. So we all know what these guys could do at the 3-point line. Losing Dante DiVincenzo was a loss, but I don't think it was as big of a loss as everybody else. I was at a bar when this trade happened, and a bunch of people couldn't stand the trade. I know a lot of analysts that loved it, but there were some people that said they couldn't stand losing Dante DiVincenzo. And look, Julius Randle, you lost the depth. I don't see them losing the depth. They brought in some acquisitions. And by the way, Morris is gone now. The Knicks dropped him. They drafted Kolek. I think what they're trying to do now is implement certain players and some of these youngsters. We all know Tom Thibodeau doesn't like playing youngsters. You're going to see a lot of Josh Hart this year in that starting lineup earlier this season. I think eventually they're going to move him to that second team off the bench. But I love what the Knicks have done this offseason. I think they're out there to win a championship. Now they got to go out there and do what they said they were going to do, and that's win. And that's something that I want to see early in the season. I know it's hard to get this bunch of players that weren't playing together early and really didn't play at all last year. When you bring in Mikal Bridges, he played with Jalen Brunson. He knows the strength and weaknesses of Jalen Brunson. And Karl-Anthony Towns, he's never played with all these guys, but he is a team player. He's not a me player. I love that about Karl-Anthony Towns because he's going to go out there and he's going to do whatever the team needs him to do. So I think it was a great move by the New York Knicks. If you're a Knicks fan, you should be very excited. And for all the Knicks haters out there that didn't think that Leon Rose knows what he's doing or he couldn't get it done, boy, oh boy, this was a slam effing dunk. Love it. And I was excited when I heard it. I know Fish came out and said it last week that he said this would be the big move that the Knicks needed to make. They made it. So let's go. The season is 3 weeks away? Let's get it started. Let the Knicks go on an early 8-9-0, winning streak. And compete with the Boston Celtics because Boston started off slow last year and it ended very, very strong. The Knicks need to start off strong like they did last year and can be consistent. The problem with the Knicks last year in the playoffs was the injury bug. If they can stay healthy and Mitchell Robinson comes back, you got Mitch, one of the best defensive players, one of the best rebounders in the league, and you got Karl-Anthony Towns in that lineup, in the starting lineup. Just think what this team could do, even off the boards. They're going to be able to compete with the big teams, even if they have to play the Nuggets in the finals, if they go to the finals, or all these other big teams, OKC that added Hartenstein. They needed this, and Mitchell Robinson can control and understand what his strength is, and that's rebounding and blocking. And when Mitchell Robinson comes back, you could start using Karl-Anthony Towns on the perimeter to make his shots and open up the field for himself and other players. And that's why I love this move. This is a great move and a slam dunk, absolute A+ for Leon Rose and Worldwide West. I love you guys. Keep up the good work. And I don't think the Knicks are done, because at the trade deadline, I wouldn't be surprised if the Knicks make another big move that can obviously give them another boost moving forward. So great move. I was very excited to hear that over the weekend, over Friday's craziness in football and college football that was happening over the weekend. So when we come back, he's been waiting very, very patiently. We will be talking to ChatSports Steelers and NFL analyst. I can't wait to get him on because I want to know his thoughts of the Pittsburgh Steelers, Jack Sperry. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
It has been a full week, ladies and gentlemen, but I am Tommy Scoops, bringing you guys the Loudmouth Sports Minute and jumping back straight into some NFL news. Browns head coach confirms that running back Nick Chubb will practice Wednesday. Head coach Stephen Stefanski said that he will be returning to practice after Chubb suffered a brutal ACL and meniscus tear last season, which actually required 2 surgeries. Chubb is actually going to be inching his return to the NFL field. In other NFL news, Cowboys linebacker Micah Parsons could miss the next 2 games, as Parsons is actually dealing with a high ankle sprain suffered in Thursday's win against the Giants. Parsons was actually limited today in practice and will likely miss his first game from injury in his career. Lastly, 49ers running back Christian McCaffrey has been diagnosed with Achilles tendonitis in both of his legs. McCaffrey, who has been sidelined from the injury this entire season, now puts the timeline for his return in major jeopardy. Now it's going to be time for Scoops to Scores. We're over in the NFL. The only ongoing game right now between the Titans and Dolphins. The Titans currently have a 3-0 lead over the Dolphins, while the Seahawks and the Lions are expected to kick off any minute. That is currently all the time I have for you guys right now. So I'm going to kick it back to the boys for their next guest on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Errol Marks, my co-host, Speedy Petey. Remember, you can go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including the Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listing for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. I want to apologize to all the fans. I know everybody's wondering why the background wire overlays aren't working. We had a problem with StreamYard, so we're trying to fix it. It probably won't be fixed tonight. It'll be fixed on Wednesday. Don't worry. But somebody that's been calmly and patiently waiting, a guy that should have smiles on his face. I know they lost yesterday, but he should be smiling. We are now talking to, obviously, ChatSports Steelers and NFL analyst, our friend, Jack Sperry. Jack, what's up, buddy?
Good to see you guys. Thanks for having me on the show again.
Absolutely. And, it's crazy, Jack, because there's so much to get into. And one of the things that really stood out to me over the last few weeks is Justin Fields. And I know everybody's going to say, well, his numbers don't show why he's an elite quarterback. He doesn't have to be elite with this defense. This is arguably the best defense in football. It didn't show yesterday, but throughout the first 3 weeks, this is as good of a defense as any defense in football with TJ Watt and Highsmith, and all the Fitzpatrick. This is an explosive defense. Really fun to watch. But the one thing that stood out to me more than anything was what Justin Fields needed to do. Nobody thought that he was supposed to start. Russell Wilson was the guy. Everybody heard from Tomlin over the last couple of weeks of preseason that this is his guy. It's Russell Wilson. And then Russell Wilson gets hurt. And then Justin Fields takes over and wins 3 games in a row and really showed his captaincy. I think, one of the better leaders that we've seen. The last leader I remember to lead this team under center was Ben Roethlisberger. I think this guy and Justin Fields more likable than Ben Roethlisberger. What were your thoughts when they decided to, obviously because of injury, decided to put Justin Fields in, and really the last couple of weeks decided to keep him in?
Well, you have Russ with that calf tightness that he had during the training camp, and then, he didn't play in the preseason all that much, and, he was out for practice for quite a bit. in Latrobe. But then you get into the season and, days before that first game in Atlanta, it pops again. And, it's just, but it's the one I'm hearing right now. Russ hasn't been able to really run at all these past 4 weeks. Now, I think it was Rappaport said that Russ is expected to be healthy now for this week 5 game against the Cowboys on Sunday Night Football. But Errol, I think you're going to be very excited to hear that I am fully on the Justin Fields train here for the Pittsburgh Steelers. I am very excited about this kid's future with the team. Like you said, he's not an elite quarterback. He still has warts with his game. He's not an elite mental processor. His accuracy isn't top 10 or top 15 in the league. But he is a dynamic playmaker. He makes plays with his legs. He makes plays out of structure. And that's what the Steelers offense needs right now. They have injuries on the offensive line. They have 3 starting offensive linemen out for the season. Now, they had depth at offensive line, so you're hoping some of these younger guys step up. But then you also have a lackluster run game right now. Jaylen Warren, who was really their big splash play running back last year, had a hamstring issue. Now he has a knee issue, didn't play last week. And then in the wide receiver position, like you got George Pickens, who's freaking unbelievable. He's a top 10 receiver in the league, in my opinion. But then you got nobody else. You got Van Jefferson as your number 2 receiver. He has 5 catches for like 36 yards in the first 4 weeks. That's unacceptable. And then Calvin Austin III is dynamic with the ball in his hands, but he's just too tiny to be a run blocker on early down. So right now, I think this Steelers offense, to be functional, you need a guy like Fields that can make plays with his legs outside of structure, make things happen. And he was the reason why the Steelers were in the ball game and with a chance to win the game yesterday against the Colts. I mean, you look at what happened there. You go down 17-0, 3 possession deficit early in that football game. And in the second half, Fields leads 3 straight touchdown drives. Every single one of those drives, he either got a massive third down conversion with his legs, or he scored a touchdown with his legs when nothing was open. So I think if you bring Russell Wilson in at this point, who's more of just a true pocket passer, he's not the playmaker he used to be. I think this offensive line isn't going to be able to protect him. I don't think these wide receivers are going to get open for him. And this run game isn't as bruising as I was expecting heading into the year. So right now, I think Justin Fields is the guy. He's protecting the football. He's completing over 70% of his passes, which we've never seen from him in his career. He's playing really good football. He's the leader of that locker room right now, and he almost led them back from a 3 possession deficit yesterday. He's definitely checked a lot of the boxes that I wanted to see him fill in order to be named this team's full-time starter. And I think tomorrow we'll see Mike Tomlin, the head coach, at his weekly press conference, name him the QB1.
So Arthur Smith, what is your impressions of the way he's managed the offense so far? You mentioned like the depth of the receivers. There's questions with the offensive line with the talent, but do you think he's done better, that much better than what they had last year? And what are your impressions of him, who's very criticized?
So, it's not Matt Canada. All right, Matt Canada was the worst offensive coordinator in football for multiple seasons. Arthur Smith has come in, and like we talked about earlier, there is some things holding this offense back. Offensive line shifting around, lack of wide receiver talent. He's not the GM. He doesn't decide who is on the team. He might make suggestions, but he doesn't make decisions. So I think that he's definitely hamstrung a little bit here. But, I do think that he does bring a little bit more of a vanilla type of defense. He runs what he runs. He likes to run just certain types of formations. He's not one of these new school Shanahan, McVay guys that'll go to a bunch of different formations, bunch of creative screens and stuff. He's pretty old school Shanahan offense in that way. I think that he's done an okay job is what I'll say. I've been a little bit disappointed with some of the 3 tight end stuff that he's done. I mean, like I think the other day he ran 4 verticals with Pat Freiermuth, Darnell Washington, and Connor Hayward as the 3 receivers on one side of the field. It's like nobody's going to get open in that situation. So there's definitely been examples where I've been like, what are we doing? Art, not a good play call there. But I also think that he's hamstrung a little bit with the personnel on the Steelers offense right now.
We are talking to ChatSports Steelers and NFL analyst Jack Sperry. If you don't know who he is, well, he does a YouTube podcast. He's fantastic. He does so many different things for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He knows his Pittsburgh Steelers just as well as anybody does in the business. I wanted to get him on the show because this Justin Fields thing, I was so excited when they decided to go with Justin Fields, maybe because of injury, but now I know that this guy is the future of this organization. I love Justin Fields because of who he is and what he stands for. I'm not saying Caleb Williams isn't going to be a star in this league. I do believe he is, but I think they made a big mistake because I believe that Chicago has Eberflus running that organization. The guy doesn't know what he's doing. I know that Mike Tomlin knows what he's doing. And now you're seeing Mike Tomlin develop a quarterback who I believe has all the talent in the world. I think he was the best quarterback in that class, from Trevor Lawrence and Zach Wilson and that crappy crust. But I just think he's really starting to develop into the player that he is. You know what's so interesting, Jack, is watching the Pittsburgh Steelers and just noticing how fluent this defense is. They're so fast up front. They can do so many different things, run so many different audibles and different nickels and all the different things that they can do with the talent that they have on the corners. They got obviously TJ Watt. They have Highsmith. They have so many different playmakers on the defensive side of the ball. What to you this year has stood out? I know obviously TJ Watt and what he could do, and Highsmith, but what defensively has stood out to this defense? What makes this defense so fun to watch?
So really, Mike Tomlin kind of runs the same system. He's run the same system ever since he was there in Tampa Bay as an assistant when Monty Kiffin was running the Tampa 2 with Tony Dungy there. And then, of course, Gruden came in. He stayed on his crew there in Tampa, but he's pretty much run the same stuff. It's cover 3 early on in with like first and second down. Then he'll go to Tampa 2, and then he'll throw in some exotic blitz stuff on third down. That's about it. And that kind of defense has worked for, literally 20 years now for a reason. And Mike Tomlin has done that in Pittsburgh for so long. And in this system, Errol, what you need is an excellent pass rush, and then you need a number one island corner that you can trust one-on-one in press coverage against another team's receiver. What that allows you to do is the Steelers can get pressure and quick pressure with just 4 rushers. Their pass rush is the best in football. TJ Watt, in my opinion, is the best pass rusher in the world. He might be the best football player in the world. He's that good. Then we got Alex Highsmith, who's injured right now, but he's excellent as well. And he's also really good in coverage, which gives the Steelers some flexibility there. The guy they have working in with him right now while he's injured is Nick Herbig, a second-year player out of Wisconsin who is freaking unbelievable as well off the edge. Then inside, you got Cam Hayward. A lot of people said he was done last year. He was dealing with a groin injury. He got that fixed this offseason. Looks just as good as Cam Hayward has ever played. And then this new guy, man, Keanu Benson, second year out of Wisconsin, another Badger for this Steelers defense, man. Freaking monster. Beautiful, beautiful bull rush, pushes that pocket, allows opportunities for Herbig and Watt on the outside. So they can get to the quarterback with 4, which allows them to play coverage on the back end. They don't have to blitz as much. And then Joey Porter Jr., their number 1 corner on the outside, all he's done since entering the league out of Penn State last year, man, is shut down opposing number 1s in press coverage. Super long arms, very physical. He'll get grabby from time to time, but he shuts down an opposing team's number 1. So what they can do because of that is they can rotate coverage away from Joey Porter Jr. to the rest of the receivers, and it's just so little space to work with. So if you're an opposing quarterback, you have to deal with that pass rush with just 4 players that get in your lap immediately, and then the Steelers can play super tight coverage because Joey Porter Jr. is locking down the number 1 guy. If you have a great pass rush like the Steelers and a number 1 island corner like Joey Porter Jr., it's going to be tough to have a bad defense, let's say that. So that's kind of the formula there in Pittsburgh. It's been that formula for a while. They haven't had a number 1 type corner like Joey Porter Jr. in a while, but now they do, and you see the results.
So we were talking about the wide receivers earlier, like getting maybe that second guy, and we were talking about it with some of the injuries that have happened with the wide receiver position, maybe potential trade deadline targets for a lot of these teams that could be selling. Is there any particular one that you think would be a good one for the Steelers to be able to fit either a big name or even just a guy maybe on an expiring contract?
So I've been talking about this a lot on my show. Obviously, we talked about the Brandon Ayuk stuff for months on end, and unfortunately, that didn't go the way that we wanted, even though he's kind of not playing very well right now, so maybe we dodged a bullet. But to answer your question, Petey, I think that the 2 names that stick out to me right now are Courtland Sutton and DeAndre Hopkins. Courtland is in the final year of his contract. That team in Denver, they got a good defense, but obviously Bo Nix and that offense have been struggling to start. Maybe they're selling at the deadline. And then DeAndre Hopkins is a very interesting name to me because he's very similar to George Pickens. And I don't think the Steelers would say no to having 2 similar guys at the wide receiver position. They tried to get Mike Williams, another bigger downfield threat, until he signed with your Jets, Errol. Thanks a lot for that, by the way. I wish he was a Steeler right now.
Oh,
but,
please.
I think that Courtland Sutton, DeAndre Hopkins, both of these guys are downfield threats. They make tough catches down the field. What does Justin Fields like to do, Errol? He likes to throw the ball down the field, and that's what they want him to do, man. And right now, all he can do is throw the ball to George Pickens, but he's double covered on most of the time. But if you get DeAndre Hopkins, who is a good run blocker, who can make those tough catches down the field, I think GP is better after the catch than D-Hop at this point in their respective careers. But if you have two guys on the perimeter that can make those tough catches down the field, I think that's a huge, huge upgrade for the Steelers offense this year.
We are talking to ChatSports Steelers and NFL analyst Jack Sperry. And you know what's funny, Jack? Davante Adams is a big name that everybody keeps talking about. It doesn't look like the Raiders are very happy, or he's not very happy with the Raiders, which we expected. Now, I don't know if he'll go and play for the Steelers, but there are stories. I mean, obviously, the Jets are not getting enough from Garrett Wilson. Maybe the Jets look to Davante Adams if he becomes available at the trade deadline. But if they can't make a move for him with this Hassan Reddick thing, it's been absolutely just absolutely bogus for the New York Jets. Maybe they decide to move Hassan Reddick and bring in Davante Adams. But if not, I mean, the Pittsburgh Steelers are a team that have been looking for that superstar wide receiver. Davante Adams would absolutely fit over there. Could you imagine George Pickens on one side and Davante Adams on the other? He'll make Justin Fields look like he's Brett Favre. I mean, seriously, he would make him look like Aaron Rodgers. I mean, when you have a weapon that good that can just spread out your offense, do so many things. You can move him in the slot. You can move him on the outside. You could do so many different things. He gives you the size that you're looking for, what you were trying to get in the offseason. I mean, he's everything. Why couldn't he go to the Pittsburgh Steelers if he becomes available?
Well, he absolutely could, Errol. Obviously, he's a great player. He still is. I mean, on Steelers Twitter, people keep every time I bring up Davante Adams, they're like, he's 31. He's way too old. No, he's not. He's still one of the best receivers in football. And the Steelers would be damn lucky to have him on their football team, especially because they're trying to win now. All right. If the age thing would matter to me, if this was a rebuilding football team, and yeah, maybe you don't want to add a 31-year-old receiver to a rebuilding squad, but this is a team that clearly wants to win now. They got the defense to win now. They feel like they have a guy in Justin Fields that can win now. They just need another receiver. Now, the thing that's tricky about Davante is I'm not sure he gets it dealt because he does have 3 years, including this year, on his contract. So the Raiders are going to want a lot for him. And honestly, I'm not sure if Antonio Pierce is going to want to let him go. Personally, I think the only way Davante's out of there is if he straight up asks for a trade before the deadline. If you listen to him talk in press conferences and all this stuff, right now he's saying, I'm not getting traded. But obviously, things can change in the National Football League extremely quickly. They keep losing games. Gardner Minshew continues to look like a steaming pile of garbage, even though that steaming pile of garbage beat Deshaun Watson, the other steaming pile of garbage in the National Football League
Everybody's
last week.
beating Deshaun Watson, okay?
Exactly. And you know, I have to get my shot at the Browns fans out there. But, you know, Davante, I think that he's an excellent talent. If he's made available, though, Errol, definitely going to be a lot of competition. Is Omar Khan going to be willing to make the highest bid for him? I don't know. Your Jets are definitely going to be interested. Kansas City right now needs a receiver. Maybe they'll be interested. But, I mean, that's an in-division trade. If the Raiders give Davante Adams to the Chiefs, I think we'll all riot. But, you know, it's definitely an interesting proposition. I would be so excited if the Steelers got Davante Adams. In fact, I promised my fans on my show that if we trade for Davante, Errol, we're going live for 17 straight hours on Steelers Talk. So let's hope it happens.
17 hours? How the hell are you going to do? I could do 17 hours. I don't know if you could. Guys, talking Steelers for 17 hours?
You don't know me, Errol. Come on now.
Hey, listen, you're going to have to have a lot of guests. You're going to have a lot of guests to go 17 hours talking about the Pittsburgh Steelers. I mean, what
Errol will join your live stream just to try
to we'll bring you on. We'll have some time to fill if they trade for Davante Adams. We'll bring you guys on.
I think it makes a lot of sense. I don't know why anybody wouldn't think that Davante Adams would make sense for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And I think Davante Adams will go anywhere where he can win a Super Bowl. And to me right now, if there's any arguments that the Pittsburgh Steelers don't have the best defense in football, well, then you're not watching, because this defense, I have them on two of my fantasy teams that I'm playing with. But nevertheless, I think this team is so explosive. They could do so many different things. Their secondary is very underrated. everybody keeps talking about Porter, but people forget about Fitzpatrick. This is a good defense, and they could do so many different things in the open field that other teams can. I know everybody loves the Jets defense, but I did see the Jets give up an offensive play to Bo Nix in the third quarter, which cost the Jets a chance to knock off the Broncos. And by the way, the Broncos didn't absolutely deserve to win that game because the Jets offense was putrid. Nobody can run the right routes. It was horrible watching. It made me throw up. Okay, I was
That's
sick.
the Nathaniel Hackett experience for you.
Nathaniel Hackett, Bambi. Okay, I don't know if you'll watch this show. Bambi Sala, who's got his head between his legs every time the Jets, and then going up after the game. And I have a lot to say about the Jets. Don't worry, guys. What he said at the press conference made me want to. If I could jump through the screen and choke this man, I would have. I can't believe this guy still has a job. And if I was Aaron Rodgers, I wouldn't be happy being coached by this guy. He doesn't know what he's doing. He is an absolute joke. And honestly, when I look at Mike Tomlin and what he is and what he stands for as a head coach, this guy's had a winning record every single year, every single thing that he does, it works.
He did it with Kenny Pickett and Mitch Trubisky.
I know. Look at this guy. They can't get along. He can't even hug his own quarterback and actually get along with his quarterback. I mean, it's just everything about this team just spells lose, lose, lose when it comes down to it. I don't know. They're 2-2. It's not over yet. But to watch them lose against the Broncos at home the way they did, and by the way, Greg the Leg, who was one of the best kickers in the league last year, you're going to tell me, and he missed, by the way, he didn't miss just one kick in that game. He missed two of them. It was embarrassing. You're going to tell me when you're at home and you're kicking in a spot where you've been successful as a New York Jet for the last past year, you telling me you can't kick it through the hashes? It was embarrassing. I don't want to say anything more because I don't want to take away what I have to say when I get into it. But Jack, it was embarrassing. But your team right now, in my opinion, is right now the best team in the AFC. Just my opinion. Kansas City's so overrated. I know they're undefeated. Patrick Mahomes is not the same quarterback. Travis Kelce is not the same player. This team, they lose Rice yesterday. They're going to be looking and fishing for a wide receiver. Not many teams are going to give them a playmaking wide receiver. Nobody wants to see them win again this year. Okay, so they're not just going to hand the player over to them. So I think they're very screwed, and I think Kansas City is going to have a lot of problems moving forward for the rest of the season because they're going to have to search, and they better make Xavier Worthy the guy that everybody thought he was going to be, because if he doesn't, they're going to have trouble putting the ball in the end zone.
Yeah, just talking about the Steelers here a little bit. I think that for them to be AFC champions this year, they're going to have to really make sure these young offensive linemen pan out. They're going to have to make a move for a receiver that pans out, and this run game is going to have to get going at least eventually. But with the defense that they have, man, the sky's the limit if they can figure it out on offense for sure. In terms of Kansas City, watch out for Deontay Johnson, former Steeler, now playing for Carolina. If they decide to sell, I think that, sending him to the other conference, I think that they would offer him a pretty good draft pick. Obviously, Carolina needs those damn draft picks at this point. If anybody's going to give them a weapon, I would probably think it would be Carolina. Amari Cooper's another name to watch out there. Cleveland fans just hate Amari now because he's dropping some passes to start this season. But Kansas City, obviously losing Rice is huge. He was looking like a number one guy this year. He's just so good after the catch. Kelce was better yesterday, but he's had a slow start. And they don't really have anyone else at this point. So if they can't land a receiver, they're going to be a team that's in trouble. Their defense is still pretty good, though. They win the ugly games. That's the thing about the Kansas City Chiefs. They've just been there and done that. So they win all those ugly games. You can say it's because of the refs, which is a fair point. But they definitely make big plays with Spags' defense. But they're not going to win the Super Bowl this year. Just like last year, they didn't win the Super Bowl because of Patrick Mahomes. They won the defense, they won the Super Bowl because the defense was unbelievable. And they won them most of their games last year. And obviously we knew they had the receiver issues last year. They still won the Super Bowl. So it's like you got a guy in Mahomes that's just so damn clutch in the playoffs. Right now, I would say they're still the team to beat. They're definitely beatable, especially with Rice out of the lineup. But I'm not going to bet against Patrick Mahomes until somebody's able to take him down.
I just think, and we have to let you go, but I'm going to tell you something. I just think that what I've seen with Kansas City so far this year it's embarrassing. It really is. And I don't know what everybody says.
A lot of close games.
Yeah, it's a lot of close games, but this reminds me of Minnesota a couple of years ago. Remember Minnesota? They were at what? How many wins did they have? 13 wins.
They were a 12 and 13 and 14 with like
Speaking
a
of Minnesota, they my best team in the league right now.
Yes.
Yep. Jets legend Sam Darnold
MVP, 11 touchdown passes. Former Jet. Is that getting?
Please stop it. And Geno Smith, look at him. Look at Geno Smith right now. What he's doing.
Geno Smith, Sam Darnold. I mean, goodness gracious. Luckily, get the stink of the Jets off of them.
Jack, don't piss me off, Jack. Jack, I'm just honestly right now. If you look at Kansas City, they're not winning the championship this year. This defense is not as good as it was last year. The secondary, there's a lot of questions to what their secondary is and what it has been over the last 2 weeks. I don't think the secondary is as good without Snead. I like McDuffie, but again. I think their defense is what won them the championship last year. But everybody keeps giving it to Patrick Mahomes. Oh, Patrick. Oh, does a love fest for Patrick Mahomes. But again, to me, what Patrick Mahomes stands for is what everybody is trying to compare him to. Tom Brady and Michael Jordan. I don't think he's any of those guys. And again, I'm not saying I don't think Patrick Mahomes is a great player. He's a sensational player. I just think that everybody blows what he has done as a player, especially over the last 2 seasons, where I just don't think that this team has been a top-end offensive team. So I also believe that what Spags has done over there with Kansas City and that defense has been spectacular and deserves another chance to be a coach in this league. Hopefully somebody gives him another shot. He didn't do well in LA when he had a chance. Not LA, I'm sorry, St. Louis when he was over there. It didn't work out over there. But we've seen other guys get second chances and definitely succeeded. So why couldn't
can I just get a little word in on Jaden Daniels, man?
Yeah,
this guy is freaking unbelievable. I also do some work here at Chat Sports for our Commanders channel. I do all the watch parties for our Commanders channel here. I mean, watching this guy play these last 2 weeks, it's unbelievable, man. This guy kills you from the pocket. He's throwing the ball over the middle of the field off his back foot, progressing, getting to his fourth check, getting to the checkdowns, getting to his fourth progressions, using his legs. I mean, right now, I think you could have a solid argument. Jaden Daniels is the top 10 quarterback in the National Football League. And he's just a rookie, man. He is sensational. Just wanted to get a little word in on him because, goodness gracious. I mean, I know everybody's been talking about him, but Lord, I had to get my word in there too.
Listen, we speak about him, and he's high flying, and we love what he has done so far. And we've seen good quarterbacks like that. I'm not saying RG3 was anything of Jaden Daniels' talents. I almost call him Jaden McDaniel, but Jaden Daniels. But I do believe that everything that he is doing right now it's been very, very impressive, and Washington has been very, very impressive. Everything I've seen with Philadelphia, I don't know what's going on with Philadelphia.
They're the best team in the NFC East.
Yeah, no question. In Philadelphia,
right,
I have no idea. And we all know the coaching over there is putrid. And we know who's the offensive coordinator over there. Yeah, he doesn't really work with many people. He did work with Dak for a little while for all those Dak haters, but he didn't work over there with the Chargers with Justin Herbert. Look what Justin Herbert's doing right now without him. And then he goes over there to the Philadelphia Eagles and just an absolute putrid of an offense that we've seen so far. So I don't know what's going on over there, but it seems like there's turmoil again. And Hassan Reddick, for all the guys there are stories coming out that he'd go back. Why would you go back there? I think you have a better chance of winning over there with the Jets than you do over there in Philadelphia. That team is just
go to the Commanders. They need an edge rusher.
Well, that's another team that the Jets could look at, but Joe Douglas already said they're not trading him. So
Arrow would trade him if he could package Robert Saleh in the deal.
Oh, 100%. And it's not Robert. It's Bambi. Stop calling
him
Robert.
As a DC. You know, the Commanders will take him as a DC.
Please.
Not a head coach. You can call the plays on defense, though.
Yes, I think all we need is a little Moses, so we can split the sea, ladies and gentlemen. But anyways, Jack, we really appreciate the time. We'll get you on before the season's over. I think Pittsburgh will be ahead of a lot of people in this AFC. I wouldn't be surprised if they're the number 1 or number 2 seed. Very impressed with them. And Justin Fields, my guy.
Also, upcoming schedule, not that hard. You got the Cowboys banged up, think they're going to win next week. The Raiders, who stink. The Jets. We'll see what happens. I'll say that, Errol. And then we got the Giants. So very, very possibly could be sitting at 7-1 by the bye. So I guess we'll see what happens.
Maybe that'll be Bambi's last game.
Yeah, maybe it might be Bambi. Yeah, Mike Tomlin might end the career of Bambi. How about that?
Well,
Justin Fields will do you a solid.
As far as the deer in the headlights, that guy's the king of that. That saying always fits Mr. Robert Saleh. But anyways, thank you, Jack, as always. And we'll speak a lot about Pittsburgh moving forward because, again, I'm a Justin Fields guy, and I'm excited to see what Justin Fields is going to do moving forward this year with this Pittsburgh Steelers team.
All right. Appreciate you guys. Happy to be on anytime.
Oh, absolutely. Jack Sperry, ladies and gentlemen, go check him out on YouTube. He's fantastic. All the different Pittsburgh coverage he's doing, Washington Commanders coverage. And I love Jaden Daniels. I called him Jaden McDaniels, but he might be worth more than, the Mickey D's that everybody was trying to compare him to.
You were just talking about the Timberwolves. That's why I said Timberwolves.
Listen, and we will get into some Timberwolves coverage, not tonight, but throughout the next couple of weeks, because a lot of people have the Timberwolves as the second best team right now in all of basketball. Even with this, Julius, they think this gives the Timberwolves more depth with Julius Randle and Dante DiVincenzo. We will see. But Jack Sperry is fantastic. He knows his coverage when it comes to the Pittsburgh Steelers. I told you to reach out to him because I wanted to know his take on Justin Fields. I check out his show time to time. I love what he obviously stands for. He's a big Pittsburgh Steelers fan. And I love TJ Watt too. I never liked JJ. But TJ's a different type of personality. I think everything about him, it goes out there, and he's not like his brother. So I just love what he stands for, and we'll see. I think he's going to go down as one of the best defensive players of all time. I wouldn't be surprised. He's already surpassing his brother JJ. But by the time he's done with his career, we could compare him to some of the top three. I mean, Aaron Donald was being compared to Lawrence Taylor and Reggie White. Why couldn't we compare TJ Watt to those guys? I think what TJ Watt has done in the last 8 seasons has been remarkable. It's been absolutely remarkable. And with obviously under one coach, Mike Tomlin, and what he is, and again, what he stands for, it's all about winning. And that's something that the Jets know nothing about is winning. So that's something that you can speak high volume when it comes to the Pittsburgh Steelers is they win. And that's why I think they're as dangerous as any team. And I think Justin Fields really solves that quarterback problem. He gives him speed. He gives him everything. And the one thing that makes him even more dangerous is anytime you see them, they're 3rd and 2 or 3rd and 3, you can trust that Justin Fields is going to get you that first down. He is a power. He really is a power back. That's a quarterback. That's what he is. But he could throw. I remember Cam Newton. Not Cam Newton. Yeah, Cam Newton. And Cam Newton, he was talking about Eli Manning just recently, and he said some interesting things about Eli Manning, saying that if Eli Manning gets one gold coat, he should get 2. I think it's a joke, but Cam Newton played that style, but Cam Newton didn't have the speed on the outside like this kid. He's a guy that's just think about this. Justin Fields is 240 pounds. That's what he is, of muscle. He's 6'2", 6'3". He's built like a bulldozer, and he's one of the fastest quarterbacks. I don't know if anybody knows this, but he can compete with Micah Parsons. Micah Parsons beat him in a race, but not by much. This guy has a tremendous amount of speed. So I really do believe the Pittsburgh Steelers are as dangerous as any AFC team moving forward. So thank you to obviously Mr. Sperry for joining us. A lot to get into. And let's get into the New York Jets because you heard what Mr. Sperry said about and Jack, obviously you can't stand the New York Jets. And right now, as a New York Jet fan, a lot to get into for what I saw yesterday. After the Jets' 10-9 loss to the Broncos, Robert Saleh, a.k.a. Bambi, had some comments about the Jets' lack of discipline. The Jets had 13 penalties and 7 pre-snap penalties in week 4. Saleh blamed the offense pushing the pace so much, saying it messed with a lot of the new players. Rodgers took shots at Saleh, saying he should be holding the players accountable instead. Damian Wood took shots at Saleh, saying, what the hell is going on with this head coach? Boomer Esiason said there is a major issue in the relationship between Aaron Rodgers and Robert Saleh. Saleh is now 20-35 in his head coaching career with a .364 winning percentage. Well, it's nothing to stand by, but I will stand by everything that I've said over the last couple of weeks about Robert Saleh. Robert Saleh is a deer in the headlights. This man doesn't know what the hell he's effing doing, okay? And here's another thing that I can't stand. I don't want to hear it was raining. I don't want to hear it. These players are making millions and millions of dollars. I understand it was nasty outside. Bo Nix has the smallest hands I have ever seen. Bo Nix can throw the ball, and they're saying that Aaron Rodgers has the biggest hands, or one of the biggest hands in the NFL. So there's no excuses on the ball twirling and twisting and hitting the ground as much as it did because it was raining. Now, could we at least understand this as a Jet fan? Breece Hall is not the guy. Okay? How many times do I have to say it on this show? Allen has been the better running back. Yesterday, Allen was the better running back. Breece Hall had 9 yards. 9 yards the whole game. He had a negative, a -2 going into the second half of the game. He can't run the ball. He's not consistent. I know everybody and everybody's fantasy team believed that this guy was the number 2 running back in the league. He's not. He is not the number 2 running back. He's not even a top 10 running back right now in the league. Allen is a top running back. He is going to be a top running back moving forward. If the Jets gave him more touches, if the Jets gave him 30 touches or 25 touches in a game, this guy's going to get you 100 yards every single game. He runs people down. He bulldozes you. He absolutely dominates the line of scrimmage. How many times, Breece Hall, how many times did we see Breece Hall on the 1-yard line in this game? How many times? We saw it 3 times that they tried to bulldoze Breece Hall to get that touchdown. And all 3 times, he couldn't get in. If the Jets get that touchdown, the Jets win the game. And you want to know something? What is this play calling? And maybe there's a misconception about what Aaron Rodgers was going into the season, but I'm going to tell you something. Aaron Rodgers, for whatever we have seen so far this season, has no true identity for this team and his quarterback play. There is no wide receiver. Garrett Wilson, who was supposed to be so explosive, be one of the best wide receivers in the league, I thought was going to be a top 5 wide receiver, getting 1,000 yards last year with Zach Wilson as your starting quarterback. How many quarterbacks started? Still had over 1,000 yards. Garrett Wilson, in the first 3 weeks, he had a touchdown the week before. He has been horrible. Horrible. And I understand Patrick Surtain is fantastic. He's one of the top 3 corners in the league, and he got paid this offseason, and he well-deserved. Patrick Surtain, to me, is one of the top 2 corners in the league. You can argue him and Sauce were the 2 best players in this game, and probably the 2 best athletes at their position in all of football. But right now, Bambi doesn't know what he's doing. They don't know how to run this offense. There's no consistency. There's nothing. And this defense did play well in the first half. They dominated the first half. And then in the third quarter, when the rain stopped, they let Bo Nix take it all the way down the field and get the ball to Sutton. It was, at one point, 3rd and 11 in the third quarter, which, by the way, they get the touchdown. It was 3rd and 11 on their 40. Yes, the Broncos' 40. And Bo Nix needed to complete a pass. He throws a 20-yard pass to Sutton. 20-yard pass. This is supposed to be one of the elite secondaries in all of football. Michael Carter, Sauce Gardner, DJ Reed. There's a touchdown, by the way. Embarrassing. Embarrassing. You shut down Bo Nix to how many yards in the first half? What was it, 30-something? It was horrible. Bo Nix looked like, he didn't even look like a quarterback. He looked like he should be hanging out on the sidelines, feeding popcorn to the players. It was horrible. It would have been better off watching Zach Wilson in that game. That's how bad he was in the first half. And then all of a sudden, the Jets defense, again, didn't show up in the third quarter. They've done this before. Last year, they did it. And the problem with them is they can't stop teams on third downs. It's been a huge, huge problem for this team. And again, Aaron Rodgers, who did look good last week, and I know all the Jet fans were so excited. Oh, this is a great Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers is back. And what did I tell you guys? What did I tell you guys on this show? It's the New England friggin' Patriots. That's who they played last week. That's what everybody was, impressed about. New England. The same New England Patriot team that has Gerard Mayo as their head coach, not Bill Belichick, has Jacoby Brissett as their starting quarterback, not Tom Brady. What was so impressive about the Jets knocking off the New England Patriots on, Thursday Night Football? 24-3. There was nothing impressive by that. Nothing. And the Broncos are even worse than New England. And the Broncos are 2-2. They have the same record as the New York Jets. And Aaron Rodgers at the press conference, I'm going to say this about you. Aaron, I love you. I respect you. I think you're the greatest quarterback I've seen in my lifetime. You're sensational. Stop making excuses. Take responsibility for this team. You didn't make the plays. You didn't seal the deal in the fourth quarter. Even though, and by the way, you did fumble that ball in the fourth quarter. That was fun. If they could challenge that, they would have lost by more in the game. It would have been worse. They got lucky. The challenges were done. Sean Payton used all his challenges in the game. If Sean Payton could go back, this game probably would have been worse. They probably win, I'm just predicting here, 17-9. Because if they got that ball on the, 35-yard line, on the Jets 35, they score. The game was over. It looked like it was over. And the Jets showed up, and then their kicker, Lutz, who I did not believe he was going to miss that, he missed it. And I thought, this is the Jets' chance. They take the ball. They're, 1st and 10, and they were on, I think, I don't remember for sure. They were on the Broncos 45, 1st and 10. And they couldn't get to the 35-yard line or at any point to keep it between 40 and 45 yards. Instead, you had Greg Valet kick a 50-yard field goal, which he missed earlier in the game. Not a 50-yard, he missed a 45-yard kick. You put him in a position where he's not comfortable in. It's raining, the wind was blowing, and they miss. They didn't deserve to win that game, guys. They didn't deserve to win that game. And if the Jets won that game, you know damn well Robert Saleh would have went up there. Hey, listen, we didn't have the best game, but good teams find a way to win. Bad teams find a way to lose badly. And you know what the Jets are? They're mediocre. They're a mediocre team. Their defense shows up in one half and disappears in the second half. This is the Jets. This has been the Jets for such a long time. And I could sit here and make up many different excuses. 13 penalties, 7 pre-snap penalties. What are you, nuts? You're gonna win games like that? There were too many penalties in the fourth quarter. Too many. No excuses. And I'm telling you right now, Robert Saleh, A.K. Bambi, and Aaron Rodgers are not on the same page. They're not getting along. And I'm going to tell you this right now. They don't get into the playoffs. Bambi's fired. Joe Douglas is fired. And Aaron Rodgers is either retiring or going somewhere else. He is not coming back next year. For all you Jet fans to think that this team has a chance for the next 2 years to be Super Bowl champions, guess, better luck next time, because guess something else. You'll be after Sam Darnold next year. That's what's going to happen. You'll be bringing Sammy back. Sammy baby. Or Tyrod Taylor will be your starter next year. Because Travis is not ready yet. I just think there's a lot to be blamed on this team. Sauce Gardner, where was he in the third quarter? How do you let Sutton all the way open in that play in the end zone? How is he wide open in the end zone? That defense where everybody's bragging, this is the best defense in football. And they believe it too. They actually believe this is the best defense in football when it's not. It's not. It might be the best defense in the first half. It's just, it's embarrassing. And Garrett Wilson, Stop it. Stop going on the sidelines and dancing around and prancing around, talking to Aaron. We all know you're not getting along with Aaron Rodgers. We all know there's something going on in that locker room that's not working. And stop with this Breece Hall thing. Stop it. He is horrible. And I going into the season, I know everybody thought, I did like Breece. I thought Breece was going to be a top 5 running back. I take it back. He's not the same running back. And everybody says last year, oh, he had a great year. And when he did get his feet under him, he did play well. That's because teams didn't realize they were going to run their offense 100% through him. This year, they're trying to do that, and teams just know it. He couldn't do anything. That Broncos defense was better than the Jets defense yesterday. They absolutely shut down an offense that everybody thought was going to be explosive after what they did against the New England Patriots. They're not explosive. This is not an explosive offense. And then finally they use Mike Williams. Finally they use Conklin and all these other weapons. Now, after week 2 and week 1, they didn't use them at all. And you think, hey, after the Patriot game, we're going to win. We're going to be the best team in the AFC. They're not. I'd be very surprised right now. I'm just speaking the truth. I'll be very surprised if the Jets make the playoffs this year. After what I saw against the Broncos and being embarrassed on their own field, the only thing that spells is it spells LOSS. And that's not lose. That's loss. LOSS. It means every time, every play, everything they do, they go upon with loss. It doesn't matter if it's an offensive play or defensive play. They find a way to screw it up.
And again, this is something that is very simple game planning too. Like, it's a rainy condition game. Like, you knew that coming in. All the scouting reports are going to, and the weather reports are going to show that kind of thing. You're mostly game planning on outside medium passes. Like, it's not a great way to succeed. Like, the fact that Breece Hall, I know he was inefficient. I know he struggled, but the fact that he was not either running the ball or catching more screen passes to adjust to that defense was something. Go yards after the catch. Like, Garrett Wilson's very good at separating. Like, even somebody like Corley, that's his specialty.
He wasn't getting open.
No, I know that. But I'm saying, like, even the game plan, like, he was all medium outside passes, and they were forcing him to do things that they weren't uncomfortable with.
They didn't even know what to run.
No.
They weren't even running what they were supposed to be running. They were just not on the same page. Nothing was honest. Every single thing that I saw with the New York Jets made me sick to my stomach. After the game, my friend Eric, he was sitting here. He actually picked up and he left. He actually left his Mets hat on the couch. He was so pissed off. He didn't even want to sit there anymore. We as soon as that kick was missed, he got up and he says, "I'll see you later." He walked right out. It was just that embarrassing. And I don't want to hear from the Jet fans. I don't want to hear any excuses. I've watched so many different Jets podcasts in the last 24 hours. I'm not going to mention any names. Finding a way to make excuses, finding all the good things that you saw with the Jets. What good thing did you see with the New York Jets losing to the Denver Broncos at home 10-9? What stood out to you that made it a good thing to watch for the New York Jets? Don't tell me the defense, because I don't want to hear it. I saw Matt Ryan in the half. I saw, obviously Bill Cowher and Cow, all of them. Everybody was sitting there and they were trying to figure out ways to say how impressive the Jets defense was. And then in the second half, in the third quarter, they laid up a lousy goose egg because they let, Bo Nix put the ball in the end zone. Bo Nix had a touchdown in the game, and the great Aaron Rodgers had zero. Zilch. That tells me, that's all that I need to say about the New York Jets. That tells me it fits to me that the New York Jets are going to have one of those years where they're going to be completely and utterly embarrassing. And that's what I saw on Sunday. It was embarrassing. Embarrassing to lose against the Broncos. And now you're heading to London against an undefeated Sam Darnold and a Minnesota Viking team. And they're licking their lips. Why are they licking their lips? Because they smell and they know there's fear in that New York Jets defense. And is the defense of the New York Jets going to be able to stop Sam Darnold and Justin Jefferson? The answer, for what I've seen, not a chance in hell. Right, not a chance.
Before we get our guest on, we'll bring Fish in and have his discussion on this.
Yeah, guys, it was ugly in the rain. You kind of get worried as guys get older. They don't play as well in the elements. I didn't think Rodgers was terrible, but he certainly wasn't some kind of all-star in that game. So that's number one. Number two, Errol, we've been talking about it. Braylon Allen looks amazing, and they're going to Breece Hall on the goal line. Braylon Allen's a goal line back if you've ever seen one in your entire life. Why do you keep going to Breece Hall? And then when they do go to Allen in the beginning of the second quarter, they're third and goal. They go play action on the 1, and there's nothing there, of course. And Rodgers throws it out of bounds because he's a smart quarterback. But then go for it on 4th and 1. On the 4th and goal on the 1, they get the ball back if they can stop Allen, who is a really good player down there. They get it on the 1. You know how many yards Bo Nix had in the first half? You overestimated it. He had 15 passes. 15. Negative 7 yards total.
I'm sorry. -7.
So
really,
you're telling me
it really doesn't matter to me how many years he had. Yeah.
But you're holding him like this is about Salah. If you're you literally held him to -7
I'm calling
yards.
him Salah. It's Bambi.
Even Bambi would have known what to do.
No, I don't think
go for it there. You go for it there. They get it on the 1. They can't do anything against your defense. That's unbelievable to me. That was the worst call of the game, in my opinion. There were a bunch of them. The Lazard penalty, by the way, we haven't mentioned that yet.
Oh, my God, please. I don't want to mention it because
coaching, too. It's all coaching.
You would have been on the 10-yard line. You would have been on a 10-yard line that would have put you in scoring position and maybe 4-down territory because you want to put that ball in the end zone, which they couldn't do all game. They were on the 1-yard line. It was 1st and goal, and they gave it to Breece both times. It made no sense. You have a big back like Braylon Allen. This guy has been so fun to watch. He's running over people. You give it to Braylon Allen, he runs the ball in, game over. The game would have been over. And they wouldn't have had 2 touchdowns in that game. They were lucky to get the first one. It was just so embarrassing. As a Jet fan, and stop it. All you Jet fans out there, stop making excuses for this team. There is nothing. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Go to London, Aaron, and screw this one up. Screw this one up. And don't tell me, and please, I know you like him, Fish. I like him too. Aaron did not have a good game. He did not have a good game. He made a tremendous amount of mistakes. You have to get on the same page as your wide receivers. If you can't get your star wide receiver on the same page as you, there's a problem there. Garrett Wilson was not running the right routes. He was all over the place. He's yelling at people on the field. Breece Hall sitting there. Did you see Aaron Rodgers' look when Breece Hall, made a move at the, during the behind the line of scrimmage, and he gets a penalty? And he walks off the field, his head's down, and Aaron Rodgers gave him that look, like I'm going to cut your friggin' head off. Okay, you could see it. Aaron, he can't take control of this offense, and this offensive line that's played very well in the first 3 weeks did not look good against this Broncos defense. I was very impressed. That the one thing I was impressed in this game was the Broncos defense. They're a lot better than I thought they were, and Patrick Surtain, I will even go so far to say that he is the best corner in football for the way he played.
He's incredible. He shut down Wilson, got that fumble off of him early in the game. Wilson kind of got shocked that he just wasn't playing his kind of game, got taken out. And when they take him out, that offense doesn't look so good. Rodgers was 24 of 42. That is not Aaron Rodgers type of efficiency. I do like him, but apparently he's not immunized from the rain. And he was not his usual accurate self. Maybe that's Surtain, maybe that's the elements, maybe a combination of both. I know this. Speedy, you can testify to this as a Giants fan. Thunder and lightning is a great type of backfield to have. Except you're supposed to use thunder in thunder situations and lightning in lightning situations. When the Giants had Jacobs and Bradshaw, that was quite a combination. And then we had Earth, Wind, and Fire there for a little bit.
Earth, Wind, and Fire. That's even better. Because you had 3 backs that could do many different things. I
don't think Izzy from Pittsburgh is fire necessarily yet, but I'll tell you this: they are incredible at what they do. But to make Breece Hall the goal line back is not right. It doesn't make sense to me. It's just embarrassing coaching. And to me, when you have false start penalties, when you have the line stepping the wrong way on key situations, the Lazard thing, that's an element of a coach not paying attention to details in practice, not working with his guys to make sure that things like that are cleaned up. That's just a reflection of the head coach, and that's what you're seeing right now.
The reflection right now of the New York Jets is they honestly don't know what they're doing offensively. They're trying to figure it out, and they're trying to go on the fly. And for anybody to believe that this offense has figured things out, they're sadly mistaken. And if you're a Jet fan and all over, and I'm not going to mention any names on ESPN or on WFAN trying to find ways to say, hey, you know what? It wasn't so bad. It was horrible. It was horrible. And there's no excuse to this team and what this team has shown me so far going into what? We're going into week 5 now. It's just, you're going into London. It's going to be rainy, by the way. It's always raining in London, England. It's going to be wet. We saw what the Jets could do in the wet rain. What are they going to do against Sam Darnold and this Minnesota Vikings offense that has been absolutely explosive so far this season? By the way, Sam Darnold has 11 touchdowns. I think he leads the league in touchdowns right now in the NFL. It's Sam Darnold. For all you Jet fans sitting there saying, oh, get rid of him. Get rid of him. I told you guys, and I like Zach Wilson. I did. I'm not going to hide it. But what Sam Darnold's doing right now, he's earned himself a lot of money. And if he keeps it up and Minnesota gets into the playoffs and they make a run and maybe even go to the Super Bowl, could you imagine Sam Darnold winning a Super Bowl? Oh, my God, I will be sick to my stomach. I'm rooting for him. I got a Sam Darnold jersey. I love Sammy. I love him. I loved him when they brought him from USC. It's a shame what the Jets did to him. I didn't like what Mike McCagnon was trying to build around him. And then Joe Douglas really parting ways with him because he wasn't his guy. So, but again, you can't change what has happened. But what you can say is Aaron Rodgers is not been the player we thought he was going to be at a full season under the helm as this leader of this offense. I have been absolutely shocked that these guys are not on the same page going into week 5. And it scares me because things could implode, and we've seen this implode for many, many years. I think it's going to implode, and we're going to see this team that yours truly thought they were going to be 11, 12 win team. I don't think they come even close to that. It is that bad. And Robert Saleh, I thought he was bad. Bambi, I thought he was bad. He is arguably the worst coach I've ever seen the Jets ever had. And that says a lot because I've seen Groh. I've seen every one of these coaches. Gase, you name it, the double G's, triple G's, or even Mangenius. It is horrible what I have seen so far from the putrid Bambi Saleh. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, we'll be talking to Michael Mandelbaum. And he's his son, Andrew, is a good friend of Anthony Pags, a talented high school baseball player that is recovering from a car crash in West Babylon when we come back. But first, our Sports Minute with Tommy Scoops.
This is the Sports Loudmouth Sports Minute.
Are you ready to get loud?
With Tommy Scoops.
That is right. Tommy Scoops bringing you guys the Loudmouth Sports Minute once again and jumping back into some more NFL. Colts QB Anthony Richardson is suffering from an abdominal and oblique injury. After leaving yesterday's win versus the Steelers, Richardson is considered day-to-day, but is not ruled out for next week's matchup versus the Jaguars. Switching over now into some NBA news, Timberwolves guard Anthony Edwards says that the Karl-Anthony Towns trade has hurt him. Edwards said to reporters from Media Day that everyone knows Towns and him are brothers and will miss Towns' presence for the upcoming season. Lastly, now over in college football, the Big Ten announces they will be altering onside kicking officiating as the change comes after the controversial offsides penalty at the end of the Minnesota and Michigan matchup on Saturday. Now it's time for Scoops to Scores. We're currently over in the NFL. The Titans have a 9-3 lead over the Dolphins at halftime, while the Lions right now have a 14-7 lead over the Seahawks with 10 minutes left in the second quarter. That is currently all the time I have for you guys right now. I'm going to kick it back to the boys for their next guest on the Sports Loudmouth.
This is the Sports Loudmouth.
631-672-3108 is the number to call. You're listening to the Sports Loudmouth. I'm your host, Sarah Marks, my co-host, Speedy. Speedy, go to our website at www.diamondbacks.com www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Check out all our shows throughout the week, including The Loudmouth with me and Speedy Petey every single Mondays and Wednesdays at 7:30 p.m. All you have to do to tune in and check out our local listing for all our shows is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. This segment is brought to you by, ladies and gentlemen, and just mute that, Speedy, so we can mute his thing just for a second. This is brought to you by StubHub. All you have to do is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Hit the link, StubHub, and you get a chance to go and check out many different opportunities to win or just go to games. You can win some great tickets right now. StubHub has I think a competition right now where if you get on StubHub right now and you actually sign up for a certain amount of tickets, you have a chance to win some concert tickets coming up in October. So, ladies and gentlemen, all you have to do is go to our website at www.worldwidesportsradio.com, hit the link, StubHub, and buy your tickets. You can get tickets right now for Jets games, and it might be even worse, as the Jets get worse. I mean, right now, you can buy tickets for $7 right now. Moving forward, you can probably get them at $1 by the end of the season because nobody's going to go to a Jet game, including yours truly. I don't even think I'm going to a Jet game because I don't want to throw up. But, ladies and gentlemen, go to our website at www. and hit the link, StubHub. And now, ladies and gentlemen, we are now talking to Michael Mattelbaum. His son, Andrew, is a good friend of Anthony Pags, a talented high school baseball player that is recovering from a car crash in West Babylon. Michael, what's up, buddy?
How's it going?
We are good, man. And, it's so interesting. Speedy, you got to mute his thing while we're talking because there's an echo. There's a background sound. Your wife, actually, I think it was your wife that reached out to me over the week last week. And she was telling me about this story. And it's just a sad situation. Many different children passed away in this car accident. Tell us a little bit about the story and obviously the story that Anthony is actually coming out and is breathing on, obviously breathing with feeding tubes and everything like that, but he's surviving right now. Tell us a little bit about what happened.
Okay, so just a little bit. First of all, thank you for having me and my son Andrew on the show. I really appreciate it. Basically, what happened was I live in the town of West Babylon, and on September 21st, in the early morning hours of Saturday morning, there was a really bad car accident. And the car accident involved one driver in one car and 5 kids in another car. And I just want to clear some things up first, because whenever you hear there's a bad accident and you hear like kids are involved, you automatically assume, oh, the kids must have been drinking, they must have been doing something wrong. But that is 100% not the case here. In this situation, they have already found that the single driver in the other car was speeding, probably going 80 to 90 in a 40, blew through a red light, and plowed into this car of 5 teenagers. So just a tragic accident that definitely could have avoided if not for the reckless driving of this one individual. So basically, he had passed at the scene, the individual that was driving the other car. And from the car of the 5 teenagers, unfortunately, 2 have already passed. One was named Riley Goot. He was 18 years old. Another was the driver of the vehicle. Her name was Bella Trezza. And out of the remaining people from the car, there were 3 other victims in the car that are right now in the hospital basically fighting for their lives. And that's Austin Trezza, who was Bella's brother, Jack Murphy, and Anthony Pagluca. So I just wanted to come on and talk about Anthony Pagluca a little bit because he's the one that my son knows very well. He's the one our family knows very well. I did not know, we did not know any of the other victims of this accident, but my hearts go out to their families. It's just a terrible tragedy at such a young age to have to go through this. So just a little background on Anthony Pagluca. As we've told you, his nickname is Pags. Everyone has called him Pags since I've known him. I've known him basically since he was like 6 or 7 years old. He started off in Little League with my son Andrew. Then they were on the West Babylon travel baseball team together. They played on the Titans, travel team together. They played on a team called the Long Island Outlaws together, which is a team that myself and a couple of other dads started when the kids were about 11 or 12 years old to get them extra baseball. And Pags is currently 17 years old. He's a senior at St. Anthony's High School, and he's a pitcher. And so this will be his this would have been his senior season pitching. And Pags is the type of baseball player that he always wants the ball. He's a great teammate, and right now, he's got a long battle ahead of him. He's in the hospital. I don't want to go too much into like his medical condition, but he's improving slowly day by day. So I just also wanted to talk about the GoFundMe page we have set up, but I'm gonna have my son Andrew talk about Pags a little bit if that's okay.
Go ahead. Yeah.
So, I mean, I've been playing with Anthony since he moved to West Babylon, and I mean, it's probably nobody. I mean, throughout my whole baseball career, it's probably been like 13 years. I've probably played with Anthony the most out of anybody. I mean, year in, year out, he's like my favorite teammate. It's just one of the best people to be around. I mean, always brightens up the room. It puts a smile on everyone's face. I don't think anybody that I've met said, "Oh, this guy Anthony's annoying." I mean, everybody loves Anthony. It's just could not have happened to a worse person.
Yeah, so I wanted to ask about some of your experiences with him, some of the stories that you remember him, both of you, as a person who he is, both on and off the baseball field.
One thing I remember with him was, so for West Babylon, we played together for West Babylon. The team was together for around 7, 8 years, and we won one championship, and the closing pitcher was Anthony. I just remember we have been waiting like years to win this championship, and just for Anthony to be that closing pitcher, and when he got the final guy out, and like just the joy on everyone's face in that team. I mean, everybody, and we've been waiting for that for years, and it's just like something you never forget.
As everybody knows, we are talking, Speedy, you have to mute it. We are talking to Michael Mannenbaum. His son, Andrew, is a good friend of Anthony Pags, who right now is fighting for his life. 3 kids fighting for their life, 2 passed away. Terrible accident, car accident in West Babylon. And it's crazy with we've seen all these deadly accidents. I had a friend that died on a motorcycle a couple of years ago, so I know what it's like to lose loved ones, and it's terrible. These kids, I mean, Pags is 17 years old. He's a kid. He's moving forward. Obviously he's looking forward to going to play college baseball and maybe move on further than that. It's crazy to see stories and hear about stories like this. When you look at, obviously a story like this, Michael, what could you tell, families and kids out there that have been through things like this? What could they do to kind of like, obviously you can't change somebody running a light and putting themselves in harm's way, but what could you tell your kids or your families that have dealt with this in the past?
Honestly, I don't have a lot of experience with this kind of stuff, so I can only know what I tell my son Andrew when he goes driving or he's in a car with his friends. Just be careful. Don't be on your phones. Pay attention to everything around you, because honestly, when you talk about driving, my son could be the best driver in the world, but you always have to look out for other people more than himself, because Andrew is a great driver, but I always tell him you always have to be careful of what the other person's doing, because you never know what's going to happen. And obviously, like with this accident being at 1 a.m. with not a lot of cars on the road in general, the timing of it was just awful. And just to the families of the people that have children that are still in the hospital, I just offer them my support and offer words of encouragement that there's hope that their kids will get better. But just going back to a little bit about Pags also is, he's also a huge hockey fan, and he played deck hockey with my son Andrew for years, and they played with each other, and against each other. And like Andrew was saying, he was always a great teammate to even on the hockey rink. He's always encouraging to the other kids, and he's just a great kid. He's always joking around. He's just a great kid to be around. And it's tough to see him and his family going through what they're going through. So, yeah.
Yeah, you mentioned. I think you mentioned when you were texting me, he's a huge Ranger fan, and for baseball, huge Yankee fan, I believe it was.
Well, that sucks. I wish he was an Islander fan. That would be even better.
All right, hold on.
We'd have some kind of connection.
Oh, sorry,
Yeah.
that's kind of funny because Andrew can talk about who he's fans of and how that's played into his relationship with Pags.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Basically the opposite of every sport. I mean, the Islanders, the Mets. We don't share any of the same teams, so it's always have a rivalry in that.
Yeah, we're huge Met and Islander fans, so anytime we would have Pags in the car when we would take him to practice or to a tournament game or something like that, we would always, rib him about how the Yankees were doing or the Rangers were doing, and he would give it back to us about the Mets and Islanders. So that was always a great and fun interaction we always used to have, and we really want him to get better so he can watch the Yankees in the playoffs and the start to the Ranger season coming up.
It's crazy, and again, I'm a big sports fan, and most of the guys on this show, as you can see, Speedy, we have Scoops, and we have Fish. All three of them are Giant fans. I'm a Jet fan. I'm the lonely Jet fan on this show, but you wouldn't even know it. You wouldn't even know that I was a Jet fan because I put down the Jets just as much as anybody would put down the Giants on the way they've played. So it's crazy. I have friends over the years. I have very, very close friends, and I am the complete opposite of fans when it comes to hockey. I mean, most of my friends are Ranger fans. Most of my friends are Met fans. I'm a Yankee fan. Most of my friends, actually, I have two friends that are actually Nets fans. I don't understand that. I'm a Knicks fan. So, it's good. It's when you argue about sports, and it's great to have those connections when you're sitting at a dinner table, you're sitting at, lunchroom table with, your friends and arguing each and every sport and who's your favorite player. So, and it's different now. When we were kids, and you know this, Michael, we were fans of teams. We weren't fans of players. Now fantasy sports has changed everything. And now most of these kids, they're fans of players. They're not even fans of a sports team. So it's a different kind of view when it comes to falling in love with a sports team because you're falling in love with a player.
Yeah, I would definitely agree with that. I mean, I used to play fantasy when I was younger. I don't do it anymore. My son Andrew does play it, so he could definitely speak about that, about rooting for his players as opposed to his team sometimes. But again, that's like you said, that's just how the generation is right now. But I just wanted to say, I appreciate you guys having us on, and
absolutely
the one thing I did want to say is there's already when we started the GoFundMe page. I wasn't aware, but I was made aware after that there was already an online platform for Anthony, and it was under Fund the First. And what I learned since then is that's a website geared towards online fundraising for first responders. And Anthony's dad, Joe, is a retired New York City firefighter, so he's given a lot of service to the city. So that platform under Fund the First has already had over 1,000 donations and has raised over $80,000 for PAGs. So the support has been incredible. So as far as my GoFundMe page, which I see you guys have been promoting, which I appreciate, it was more geared towards the youth sports community and reaching out to players that Andrew has played with, their parents, coaches that he's dealt with. And the support on that end has been tremendous as well. I think I checked earlier, and there are about 340 donations, and we raised over $21,000 already in a little over a week. So I just want to say a big thank you to everyone that's donated so far, and just to keep the donations going, because at a time like this, the last thing parents need to worry about is the financial aspect of everything. They just have to concentrate on, watching their son get better and better every day. But again, just wanted to thank you guys for having us on and
Absolutely.
using this platform to promote that.
I do want to say something. Let me know what hospital he's at. I would really I have a lot of connections in the sports world. We have a lot of different athletes. We'll reach out to some of the guys, that former players and former athletes. I think they would love to donate and help Anthony out. There's also some fire departments that we know. I have a lot of friends in the fire departments from Selden to here in Wisconsin that I'll reach out to them. And there's no doubt that Anthony needs all the help that he can get, and it's just a horrible story watching. Obviously not just a Long Islander, but a young kid, an up and coming athlete that had his dreams are shattered. And who knows what could happen in the future. I just hope that he gets better and he could actually play baseball again and actually move forward in his life. It's horrible to hear somebody lose the opportunities and all the great things that was coming towards his career as a young athlete. So it's a shame. And again, we're happy to have you guys on. If you guys want, we're going to be doing an event soon, very, very soon out in Farmingdale at the main event. I'm working on something. If you guys want, we'd love for you to come down and we'll promote, obviously all the GoFunds and all the opportunity, and we'll raise money at the event as well.
Carol, I appreciate that, and I'll get you all that. I'll get Kyle all the information you requested.
All right, thank you, Michael. Thank you, obviously, Andrew, for joining us, and we really appreciate the time. And our heart goes out to the families of the loved ones that obviously have been lost in this horrific car accident, and the families and the kids that are fighting for their lives.
Thank you.
Absolutely. Obviously, everybody knows Michael Mannenbaum and his son, Andrew. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, Speedy posted up right now. I just want to let everybody know, go to the GoFund. Speedy, post it up. What are you doing over here? Post it up. There you go. Go to the GoFund right over here for all the fans out there. Anthony Pags over here, strongest battle yet. Go over there, donate money, $100, $50, donate whatever you have. Donate whatever you have to donate, $10, $20, donate it to Anthony. His family is in need. And again, it's a horrible story, but obviously Anthony has come out of his coma and he's hopefully everything is moving in the right direction. So for all the families that have lost, a family member in a car accident, all the families that are out there, pray for Anthony, pray for all the kids that are right now fighting for their lives. So thank you guys for joining us. All right, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Mannenbaum and Speedy, what are you doing over here? I'm trying to, you knew there's an echo in the phone. Mute. I have to teach this guy every single time we go live on the show how to work a board. But anyways, it's horrible. It's a horrible story. Family members that are in need for help. And again, when I was reached out, and I was reached out to Michael's wife. I think it was Michael's wife, and it was telling me the story. I was actually driving. I didn't even know who it was. It was a 516 number that popped up on my phone, and she reached out to me, and she was telling me about this accident. I started to do research on it, and I was looking at the story, and it's horrible. And two people passed away in the car. In the car, 3 people are in comas and barely breathing on their own. And you hear a story like this, and it's terrible driving. I am on the road all the time, ladies and gentlemen. I see a lot of accidents. I'm on the road. I go to different events. I've driven all the way out to New Jersey, Atlantic City, Foxwoods. I've seen a tremendous amount of accidents, and I've seen people die in accidents. I saw my friend die on off his motorcycle. So I know what it's like to lose a friend or a family member to an accident of drunk driving or something like that. It's a horrible story. And again, guys, go to this GoFundMe. It's Michael Mandelbaum. There you go. Mandelbaum organization for the organizing the fundraiser. You could share it right here. Go to this GoFund page, GoFundMe page, and donate as much money as you possibly can. So horrible story. Oh man, it's been a crazy show. And you want to know something? It's been crazy because I don't know if anybody knows. We've had problems with, obviously StreamYard, as you can see the background. We and Speedy, for all the things, the huffing and puffing, he decided to do something before the show, and we've had turmoil since before the show and going into the show. We're somehow skimming it through our own teeth because of all the crazy stuff that's happened, but we're still doing a show, even with all the problems that we've had with the StreamYard. But again, we'd like to thank Michael for joining us, Andrew for joining us, and obviously Jack Sperry for joining us, as always. Jack is a fantastic, broadcaster, analyst for the Pittsburgh Steelers. And again, please, guys, go fund me. Go check it out. Go donate as much money as you possibly can. It's a horrible story, and they need all the help they can get. All right. Rex Ryan says that the Eagles are a bunch of independent contractors and that nobody is playing as a team. Colin Cowherd also took shots at the Eagles, saying he doesn't know what they do well and Nick Sirianni does well. Several Eagle reporters took shots at Sirianni for only giving Saquon Barkley 10 carries in a game where they didn't even have A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith. Jalen Hurts has had several conversations with Sirianni about his team's identity and offensive play calling issues, saying we have our moments. Darius Slay also took shots at the fans on Twitter, criticizing his play, and posted his career stats in a tweet that is now deleted. Brandon Graham called a players only meeting after the loss and says that he saw accountability from the players in the locker room. The Eagles offense is 7th in yards, 14th in points, while their defense is 22nd in yards and 29th in points per game this season. There's a lot of problems going on with the Eagles. A lot. And I don't know if it's all Nick Sirianni. We all know that Nick Sirianni has his own personality and his own thoughts to where this team is and where this team is going. A lot of Eagle fans, including yours truly, thought that this Eagles team was the best team in the NFC East. They are not. There is a lot of problems with this offensive line. Ever since Jason Kelce has retired, I don't know if this offensive line even knows what to do at the line of scrimmage anymore. This defensive front seven, where everybody thought was going to be a powerhouse with Carter and Davis, this is not the defense everybody thought they were going to be. Everybody was comparing this to the Georgia Bulldogs team that won a national championship. This Eagles defense has been a shell of itself over the last 2 seasons. And obviously what we've seen with the problems that they had in the offseason with Hassan Reddick and then bringing in Huff, it's not worked out. Every single thing that they have done over the last couple of months has been an absolute bust. Now, the one thing that they have done right is bringing Saquon Barkley. Saquon Barkley has been a beast, but only giving him 10 carries when they didn't have A.J. Brown or Devontae Smith tells me that the coaching is absolute abysmal. And here's another thing. Kellen Moore is running this offense. We all know what Kellen Moore does. We all know what Kellen Moore is all about. We've seen him over there with the Cowboys. We saw him last year with the Chargers. The Chargers went from one of the top 12 offenses in the league to one of the worst offenses. Yes, they didn't have Justin Herbert all season long, and they had problems offensively because they couldn't stay healthy. But nevertheless, they were not as offensively sound last year as they were the year before. So, and look at what the Chargers offense is this year. Now, obviously, J.K. Dobbins has changed the offensive side of the ball. Jim Harbaugh's changed the offensive side of the ball. Justin Herbert's fighting injuries and still playing on the field because he actually believes he has something to play for. I just think that the problem right now is that this coaching staff has a loss for words. After the game, Nick Sirianni's, obviously pointing fingers. And Rex Ryan, I don't know why Rex Ryan's getting involved. Now, we all know Buddy Ryan was, at one point, the coach of this team. Rex Ryan has nothing to do with the Philadelphia Eagles. Why is Rex Ryan speaking? Jalen Hurts is the team leader of this team. And Jalen Hurts, ever since he got that contract, ever since he got that contract, he has not been the same quarterback. Now, maybe it has something to do with obviously Jason Kelce running, being the centerfold of this offensive line over the last couple of years, but they still have Johnson there. This still was a pretty good offensive line going into the season. Everybody thought they were a top 3, top 5 offensive line. Right now, they're a bottom-feeding offensive line. As a matter of fact, I think they're ranked 17th or 18th in all of football. That's a big problem. And this defense, who can't get a pass rush, they can't find a way to get to the quarterback. It reminds me of one team in the AFC, the New York Jets, who, as much as everybody wants to say that the defense is so explosive, this past week they couldn't get to the quarterback. Last week they did because they played the New England Patriots offensive line. But over the last couple of weeks, even against San Francisco and even the Titans, they had problems getting to the quarterback. So, the Eagles right now are a team that is trying to find their identity. And without A.J. Brown, without Devontae Smith, they thought they can win this past week against a team. And again, I don't know what is going on in that locker room, but Darius Slade going on Twitter and criticizing certain things about, a different fan speaking about him and then deleting it shows that he's trying to hide something and trying to protect certain players or himself for all the bad play that he's been on the field and the team's been. This secondary, we thought this secondary was going to be better than it was last year. You added you drafted a first-round talent in the first round, a cornerback that's explosive, and everybody thought it was going to be a game changer. And then in the second round, you drafted a guy that fell to the second round, who everybody thought was a first-round talent, who has not even got a chance to play yet this year. I mean, there's a lot of problems in this locker room, and you can see that the players are not on each other's sides. And the only person that's standing up right now and trying to keep the team together is Jalen Hurts. That's a big problem. Nick Sirianni has lost this team. He lost the team last year. The fact that they squeaked into the playoffs was pretty remarkable because this team just didn't have it last year. And I believe that Jason Kelce realized that this team doesn't have it. They're not going to be a Super Bowl champion. They're not going to have a chance to win a Super Bowl. And he said, you know what? Why even stay here? I'm going to retire. I'm going to make $100 million off my podcast and move on with my career. And so I don't care what Colin Cowherd says about Nick Sirianni. I don't care what other analysts are saying about Nick Sirianni and this team. What I do know is Nick Sirianni is a shell of what he was when he came to this team in his first year and his second year. This team has been a shell of themselves as far as the offensive line is concerned, and a shell of themselves with this young defense that everybody thought was going to be so explosive and so talented moving forward for the next 5 to 6 years, have really not been the team that everybody thought they were going to be defensively and offensively. So it's been an absolute embarrassment. And Brandon Graham, who decided to come back for one more year, and Fletcher Cox coming back for another year, they should have retired.
Mm-hmm. And again, we talk about it all the time, like GMs and coaches being attached to the hip, but this is not the case. Howie Roseman's done a great job of building great value of these draft
No,
picks.
he hasn't, because these players haven't really developed.
But again, a lot of that has to do with coaching. And again,
does it? Yeah. Does it?
Yeah.
Not necessarily. Not necessarily, because sometimes you look at these players and you overrate them. I mean, Davis, everybody thought this guy was going to be a bulldozer. Do you really need coaching to get a player of that magnitude, that talent to a quarterback? I mean, the guy ran a 4.8 at the combine. This guy is 330 pounds, 340 pounds, runs a 4.8. I don't think you need to teach this guy how to get to a quarterback. You just go out there and do what you do best, and that's beat up an offensive line. He has not done that. And Carter, who they thought he got him a steal, everybody thought he was like a top 3 pick. He fell to them, at 8 or 9? What has he been? Besides dancing on the sidelines, beating a team 13-10 the week before and talking and yapping his big mouth, they've been an absolute embarrassment. This Eagle team that by far has the most talent in the NFC East. And by the way, Jaden Daniels, as good as what Jaden Daniels has looked, this Washington Commander team doesn't have a lot of talent. This is not an overall talented team. The Eagles are talented. They're loaded in so many different ways, and they can't find a way to find a pass rush. They can't find a way to find a secondary that you're drafting guys in the first, second, third round that you think are going to be big-time superstars. that have not developed, and you have captains and guys, the face of your organization, like Darius Slay, going out on social media and throwing fans under the bus.
And that's where they lack leadership, because they need that kind of thing on the defensive side of the ball that they've had only on that defensive line. And Darius Slay was supposed to be that guy that comes in 2020. He struggles there. Then he does well for great in 22, was okay last year, but they don't have that kind of guy. And Jalen Hurts is trying to be that, but he's also had his moments of frustration and what we've seen as well. And Nick Sirianni is now the common denominator when you look at two different coordinators. Now, we talked about with Jack Sperry, like upgrading for Arthur Smith from Matt Canada. That's a big difference because of how bad Matt Canada is. It might be the same kind of thing with the Eagles, but at the same time, Kellen Moore has also held the Cowboys back in certain years too. So like, which end of it are you going to get with them? And it doesn't work when you look at something like Sirianni being maybe better for younger teams, a team that was an underdog.
They played a better team. They played a better team. They played against two good wide receivers. That's what they did. They played against Mike Evans, who was waiting to explode. Mike Evans, who was an all-world wide receiver last year with Baker Mayfield, and Baker Mayfield broke out last year as a star quarterback in the NFL after taking over for this team. And Tom Brady, he was explosive last year. And then you thought after losing your offensive coordinator, this wouldn't be the same offense without obviously what they lost in the offseason. And then, Mike Evans took a little while to explode this year. He exploded yesterday. Godwin is explosive. We all knew what this Tampa Bay Buccaneers team was going to do, this Eagles team, if they didn't show up. I thought the Eagles were better than they were. I didn't know that Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown was not playing in this game this coming week. And they became one-dimensional. And once you become one-dimensional, you fall behind by what was it, at 1.17-0 or 24-0? When you fall behind, you can't run the ball anymore with Saquon Barkley. You become one-dimensional. You don't have your star wide receivers. What are you going to do? And then you play a great defense like the Buccaneers. The Buccaneers didn't show up last week against the Broncos, and we saw what the Broncos could do when you don't show up, a.k.a. the New York Jets. You see this week, Baker Mayfield showed up. He's showing you why the team is following him. And this team is to me, one of the teams to beat right now in the NFC. They're 3-1, and they're, as much as I throw Todd Bowles under the rug over and over and over again, Todd Bowles has figured out how to be a coach in this league. I don't know how he did, but maybe it was Baker Mayfield, maybe it was Tom Brady in his final year telling him that he sucked and he didn't know what he was doing. I have no idea, but I just believe Todd Bowles has figured out how to be a coach. And could they win a Super Bowl with this team? Absolutely. I think Baker Mayfield stands for something. I think the team is following his leadership. And I think that this team can be explosive on the defensive side of the ball as much as they are offensively.
Jamie Lee in our comment section said Sirianni is going to get fired, you all. Probably not yet, but at the end of the season, who knows? Let's bring Fish in.
No, they should keep him. He's wonderful. I love everything he's done to that franchise.
I'm a Giant fan, ladies and gentlemen.
He's just got them going on the same page. Maybe they're completely different books that they're on the same page of, but hey, as a Giants fan, I love the Eagles having Sirianni as coach because it's clearly an implosion just happening right before our eyes. It's like a train wreck. He last year was the whole thing with his bodyguard, which I've never heard of, on a sideline, where he's trying to, so that when he loses his mind, he has a guy that just kind of keeps him in check. I've never heard of this.
Bambi Sala had it in San Francisco, and he brought him over here to the New York Jets. Yeah.
Well, he wasn't called Big Dom.
No, but I understand what you're saying, but we've seen coaches do that. And Robert Saleh, who was so explosive as a defensive coordinator over there in San Francisco, he would step on the field, yell at the referees. He lost that when he came to the New York Jets. Nick Sirianni, there's nothing more than a bragging personality on the sidelines. Nick Sirianni, I'm an Eagles guy. I love the Eagles. Besides the New York Jets, I root on the Eagles. Nick Sirianni, I've lost all my respect for Sirianni after that Super Bowl. I lost all my respect because after the Super Bowl, after the interviews, and after he tried to make excuses after excuses on why they didn't pull out that win and pull off that win, to me, showed me that he obviously is not a leader. He's not a leader of men. He's a leader of babies. And we all know he cried at the national anthem at the Super Bowl. So we know he likes to cry. And who knows, maybe he likes to stamp his feet in the locker room too, because nobody is listening to this guy. Nobody. I think he's lost the locker room. I have no idea why Howie Roseman decided to bring him back. I think he should have just said, you know what? This is a young team. Let me bring in either a veteran coach like Bill Belichick, or let me bring in a young guy that understands how to coach young men. Nick Sirianni, I don't even think he's a good coach, period. I don't know if he'll ever get a coaching job after this. He had that one year run. He hasn't been anywhere close to as good as he was that year. I think he's lost every bit of respect from not only his own team, but other coaches in the NFL. After all the things all the crazy stuff that he's done on the sidelines, after they score, him flapping his wings in the end zone, running on the field with his players, nobody likes that. You stay on the sidelines, you act like a mensch, you act like a coach, and then at the end of the game, when you win a Super Bowl, if you have something smart to say when you win the Super Bowl, you say it. He doesn't understand what it's like, or what to understand when it comes to being the centerfold, the face of your organization.
I think, Speedy, you tell me, if you have a run to the Super Bowl, and even though they're not super successful right now, your offensive and defensive coordinators become head coaches, and you're not any good without them. Isn't that something that should be obvious to everyone, that he was so good because he had a great staff that year? That the staff was not replaced. It's very hard to find, at the same time, two guys that are worthy of being head coaches in this league to be your coordinators. So it's not surprising they're falling off. I think the bigger thing on why they're falling off, and look, the Eagles are still a very good team. Saquon looks amazing with them, even if they're not blocking that well, because Lane Johnson's hurt and there's no Kelsey. And Lane Johnson, we overlook him a little bit because Kelsey has been so great for so long. He's not there. Well, the center's been okay without them. It's the tackle spot. And they're really struggling without Lane Johnson in pass pro. And he's one of the best run blockers we've seen the last decade. So it's really that. And then you don't have your top two receivers who are both Pro Bowlers. A.J. Brown is an All-Pro, and Devonta Smith was probably the best number 2 receiver in the league. He was a Heisman Trophy winner. So I think that's probably holding them back a lot. I don't think Hurts is playing all that well, but again, less time. Saquon was never known for his pass blocking, let's face it. And you don't have two really great receivers. You know who was catching passes in that game somehow? Besides the greats of Evans and Godwin, Trey Palmer caught a touchdown. Sterling Shepard almost caught a touchdown for the Bucs. And Hurts threw a touchdown to Paris Campbell. Those are two Giants from I believe last year's Giants roster or 2 years ago Giants roster. Doesn't matter. The crumminess, I think it was last year. I was
getting annoyed at Paris Campbell all year, believe me.
He was terrible. And that's who he was throwing to. So I'll give him a little bit of a slide on this game, considering his weapons were out. And maybe he's just not a good enough coach to coach without weapons. You look at Steichen, he loses Anthony Richardson in the first quarter, and he wins the game with Joe Flacco, 39-year-old Joe Flacco, who after the game said Richardson said he's cool, although then he's like, no, he's not.
You watch Joe Flacco.
I'm as old as his mom.
Team. Watch Joe Flacco take that team all the way into the playoffs.
He will. Yeah. I really thought they were a good team coming into the year. He did that with Cleveland, and I think the commonality is two really good offensive coaches, the Cleveland coach and who's somehow surviving with Sean Watson.
I think there's something going on with Richardson. I think him hurting himself was the best thing that ever happened to Indianapolis right now, because I think bringing in Joe Flacco, a veteran guy that knows how to lead young kids, and we saw what he did with the Browns last year. He was the comeback player of the year. He was unbelievable at for 8 games stint. He was unbelievable. He was throwing touchdowns, and that everybody started to believe. They fell apart in the playoffs. I think they lost everything once they got into the playoffs, and they had to play that Texan team. But by the way, CJ Stroud, congratulations to CJ Stroud. He has not played well this year. And I said it was a sophomore slump. And usually a lot of quarterbacks have that. But he showed up in a game that they needed to win, and he found a way, and he pulled it off against a Jaguars team that, I don't know. Peterson needs to be fired. We will get into that. We'll go through the games. But Peterson's lost the team. He's lost. I mean, Trevor Lawrence, I think he's lost himself. I don't know what's going on with Trevor Lawrence, but the organization as a whole, you give him $55 million, you make him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. If you're 0-4 right now, you're going to week 5, and you just offensively, you just can't figure things out. and you drafted a wide receiver in the first round who looks explosive. He has been unbelievable. I've been very, very impressed with him. But all in all, besides him, what has been impressive about the Jaguars? So I just think the Eagles have been non-impressive. I think the Jets have been non-impressive. All these teams that everybody thought was going to be so impressive this year because they have health and all that other stuff and the talent, they've been a shell of themselves. So it's been really, really, really crazy. It's still early, too. We're going into week 5. Crazy that we're going into week 5. I remember when we were going into week 1. It goes so fast. The NFL season, you wait so long. You wait, 6 months for the NFL season. So much stuff. You watch the combine. You watch the draft. You watch OTAs. Then you watch preseason. And then you're getting ready for people and players drops, hard knocks. And then all of a sudden, the season starts. And it goes from 0 to 17 weeks in just a blink of an eye. It's really, really crazy. Fantasy. And by the way, in fantasy, you look at the Beavs League, I have lost every single player. Every single player. I have like 8 guys out. 8 guys out. All my bench. Everybody is out. It is absolutely crazy what's going on right now with injuries. And that goes back to the NFL and my complaints about the turf and the grass. The NFL needs to figure this out. There's a lot to say about the turf. And there's a lot of knee injuries, Achilles injuries, and leg injuries. It's mainly leg, knee, ankle injuries. It's all from what? It's from the turf. That's what it is. And by the way, Tua Tagovailoa, him, crashing onto the ground and that hit, him hitting his head hitting the ground, that caused the concussion. It wasn't the hit. It was his head hitting the ground that caused the concussion. So I just want to let everybody know that the NFL needs to figure this problem out. Stop with the money thing. They're a multi-billion-dollar industry. Just make all this, all the turf grass and get it over with. I don't want to hear, well, it's faster, it's this, it's that. It will save injuries. It will save players' careers. It doesn't make any sense. Adam Schefter reports that Rashee Rice tore his ACL during the Chiefs' Week 4 win versus the Chargers. He added that it will be likely an end of his season, but the Chiefs will not put him on the season-ending injury reserve, hoping he could return for the playoffs. Schefter said that on the Pat McAfee show that he expects the Chiefs to be very active in the wide receiving search and the trade market in a few weeks. Fox Sports' Peter Schrager told Colin Cowherd that Cooper Kupp is a name to watch in trade rumors once he comes back from an injury. I've said that already plenty of times on the show. Fox Sports' Craig Carton says that Amari Cooper should be the first call the Chiefs make because of his contract issues with the Browns in the offseason. Rice had 24 catches for 288 yards and 2 catches this season before getting hurt. By the way, you put 2 catches, 2 touchdowns, Speedy. But he's been unbelievable. He's been a good number one. He was on his way to have probably a 1,300 season. He's been the only guy that really offensively has been explosive for the Kansas City Chiefs. Travis Kelce has not been the same player, even though he showed up this past week. He put up some good numbers. And by the way, Taylor Swift did not show up to the game because she thought that she was putting a hex on his game. So I don't know if that to be true, but there were stories coming out that some people were saying that the Chiefs didn't want him there, her there. There were some people saying that, she decided she didn't want to be there because she didn't want to give Kelce any hex on the way he was playing. So I don't know. I don't know what the truth is, but the problem here is, why would any team in the NFL right now help the Kansas City Chiefs? Honestly, this team has won back-to-back Super Bowls. And I understand that obviously the Browns could probably get a second-round draft pick, steal a second-round draft pick for the Kansas City Chiefs for Amari Cooper. Or let's say a guy like Cooper Kupp becomes available. If they can get Cooper Kupp, forget it. They win another Super Bowl. That would be a horrible move for the LA Rams. For the LA Rams to give Cooper Kupp up, I don't care what you can get. And you could probably get a second and a fourth for Cooper Kupp. I would not do that. The Rams are practically handing them a trophy. Handing them a trophy. Cooper Kupp is one of the best route runners in the NFL, if not the best route runner in all of football. You put him with Patrick Mahomes in that offense, forget it. Forget it. Explosive isn't the word. It doesn't. If I was a team right now and I was a GM, I wouldn't do anything to help the Chiefs win a Super Bowl. I would do nothing to help the Chiefs win a Super Bowl. Let them figure it out. Let them find somebody off the scrap heap that becomes a star. Because Patrick Mahomes, I'll say it again, and I'll say it over and over and over again. He is a shell of himself from what he was 2 years ago when he was an MVP. Last year, he was not good. I don't care what anybody says. He won a Super Bowl because of the defense. He did make some throws in certain aspects of that game in the Super Bowl, but he didn't win that Super Bowl. It was the defense. It was what the defense did in the second half, stopping the run and really Kyle Shanahan giving that game away because he stopped running the ball to Christian McCaffrey. Right now, the Chiefs have to depend on Xavier Worthy. That's the guy. Everybody, they drafted him as a first-round draft pick. They said he was going to be explosive. He's another Tyreek Hill. They haven't used him. Now he has a chance to be a number one guy. He is the number one guy on the football field. Now we'll see. Now they don't have Pacheco for the next couple of weeks. I think they're saying like 7 more weeks. So no Pacheco. We'll see how good this Chiefs team is with all these losses. They did win against the Chargers. The Chargers have been playing well. But the Chargers are not a dominant offense. They have a lot of deficiencies offensively. They don't have top end wide receivers. So I'm not shocked that they beat the Chargers. But again, the NFL practically gave that game away too. In the fourth quarter, there were penalty calls on the Chargers that were a lot of iffy calls. And again, going back to Patrick Mahomes has not been the same quarterback he has been over the last 5 years. So, again, you need weapons, and you can't blame Patrick Mahomes. He's not the one that's drafting. He's not the one that's bringing players in from free agency. All he could do is step on the field and make the plays that he can make. What bothers me is everybody, if you go on social media, you listen to all these analysts, you guys know, Peter Schrager, they all boomericizing, this guy's the greatest things in sliced bread. Okay, you're the greatest thing since sliced bread. You are winning games because the NFL is helping you win these games. Offensively, go look at his stat sheets. They're not good. They're not good. Okay, so for all you guys that think that this guy is Tom Brady-esque, Joe Montana-esque, or whatever you want to compare him to. You want to compare him to John Elway. I don't give a crap what you're comparing him to. And yes, he has 3 Super Bowls. And yes, you would consider him a Hall of Famer because he's won 3 Super Bowls. As a player, if you're a superstar player and you're the face of the NFL, you got to go out there. It doesn't matter who is on that team and who is injured. You got to go out there and make the plays. And if you're not doing that, there is no excuses. I'm not saying that Patrick Mahomes has made excuses. I haven't heard any, but he doesn't have to make excuses because the NFL is helping him win these games, helping the Kansas City Chiefs win these games. And I'm going to tell you this right now. Their schedule is going to get harder. It's going to get harder. And when you don't have now Rice and by the way, watch that injury. It was because of, now I'm not blaming Patrick Mahomes. I don't consider him trying. I don't believe he was trying to, step in the way and try to hurt his own player. But if Patrick Mahomes doesn't run in the line of fire there, Rice isn't out for the season. Rice is, he doesn't tear his ACL. I blame Patrick Mahomes for that. I understand he's trying to make the play in the open field. He's trying to be the reason to stop and everything. He wants to make every single play. Patrick Mahomes should have never done that. He put his team in harm's way. He put himself in harm's way. And I'm going to tell you this right now. The Chiefs are going to go on a losing streak now. They're going to go on a losing streak. Who do they play next week? Speedy, you know? I mean, you should know this. Mr. I know every single statistic. Who are the Chiefs playing next week? Because I know their schedule gets harder in the middle of the year. They play the Saints. That's not going to be an easy game. Well, after that game.
And they have a bye week.
Niners.
Yeah, it's going to get harder. And the Niners are going to get healthier. And the Buccaneers. The Kittle's going to come back. Deebo Samuel just came back. Christian McCaffrey might not be back all season. It doesn't sound very good for Christian McCaffrey. He just went to Germany. I don't know what happened, but him going to see other doctors in other countries tells me that nobody could figure out what's wrong with this guy, which tells me he is going to be out a significant amount. I don't know if you see Christian McCaffrey this year. I doubt you will. I doubt you see Christian McCaffrey. And if you do, you'll see him in the playoffs. You will not see him in the regular season. So this Kansas City Chiefs team is going to go on a losing streak. I'm telling you, this is not the explosive Kansas City Chiefs team. And this defense is not as good as it was last year. I said it when we had Sperry on. I'm going to say it again. The secondary has been very weak in the first 3 weeks. And McDuffie looks good, but the other secondary players that they have over there are not as good as Snead is. And you can see the difference. Teams are starting to beat them on the other side of the field, and that's the way to beat them. And I just don't know if this team has enough explosive players that if they fall behind 12, 14-0, that they're going to come back in a game where you're playing a good defense or you're playing a good offense.
Yeah, I'm curious to see if other defenses are going to adjust to the fact of they're not taking as many overall deep shots in terms of a higher volume either this year. Now, Xavier Worthy's had some big plays. He had a big touchdown against the Chargers that put them on the board. But in general, they've been mostly a yards after the catch, shorter passer type of offense. So will defenses adjust to that and make Mahomes try to take chances down the field with these lesser receivers that aren't as good? And that's going to be a big key, especially with Travis Kelce not playing the same way. He finally did well against the Chargers, but he always killed the Chargers in his career. I'm not going to take that for anything right now, even though the Chargers defense has played well. So I'm curious to see if they adjust. You're right. The Chiefs defense has been on and off this year. Stopped the run very well, but their pass rush has not been the same as last year, and the secondary definitely has not been the same as last year. So will they be able to make adjustments? Spagnuolo generally does better in the second half, but it's going to be a long road even at 4-0.
I will also say this. If you're a Chiefs fan or you're in a division right now, this is not a shoe-in division. I think the Chargers are going to be fighting them all season long. And if they do go on a losing streak, the Chargers are for real. Jim Harbaugh is a good coach. He knows how to coach it. He knows how to coach in the NFL. He's had success in the NFL. I could see the Chargers making the playoffs, even with the talent that they have around them. This offensive line's good. Alt's been sensational. Slater's been sensational. This offensive line's protected Justin Herbert really early this season. He's getting hurt because he's holding the ball too long, and he's trying to wait for these wide receivers to get open. And again, there's only so much an offensive line could do. So I just think that this team is a lot better than even their record shows. They're 2-2. They could very much be 4-0 right now. So I don't think this is going to be a shoe-in division where the Chiefs are just going to run away with this division. They're right now 4-0. They are. And the Chargers are 2-2. But again, I could see the Chiefs going on a losing streak. I just don't know, without Rice, are they going to be as explosive as they've been over the years? They weren't even explosive when they had Rice. So I think they have a lot of issues. And again, I love Andy Reid. I think he's a great coach. Everybody knows what I feel about him. I think he's the best coach right now in the NFL, the greatest offensive mind the NFL's ever seen. But there's just so much of play calling and a coach to see what he has on the field to find a way to put the ball in the end zone. So I think they've got a lot of issues, and I don't think teams are just going to hand them Amari Cooper or hand them a Cooper Kupp or hand them a Devontae Adams. Nobody's going to hand them anything. And if I was an organization right now, and you guys know this, if I'm an organization, I am not handing them a superstar wide receiver and saying, here, go win yourself another Super Bowl, even if you give me a first-round draft pick. I hate the Chiefs. I don't want to see the Chiefs win again. I think a lot of owners don't want to see them win again.
Well, I got someone to sell you then. He might not be considered a superstar wide receiver, but he did lead the Giants in receiving yards last year. His name, Darius Slayton. Slayton is available. He is on the cheap.
Stop.
He's being talked about in discussions with the Chiefs by a lot of people.
Figure that one out. They get the human joystick from the Giants. They did win a Super Bowl with him, and he had a big part of winning
the first Super Bowl. Actually played well.
Yeah, but I don't think Darius Slayton is the guy that they want. And if they want to do that, good luck. I think Darius Slayton is an absolute joke, and on any other team, he wouldn't even make a team. Okay, I'm not going to throw him under. I'm not going to say that. He is a fourth wide receiver on most teams' rosters. That's what he is. But right now on the Giants, he's second? He's number 2. So it just tells you how bad the Giants' wide receiving core is. I'm just saying.
You're not wrong. I'm obviously being sarcastic here. I do think he does fit the mold of what Reed wants. He runs a 4.4. He's one of the faster receivers in the league, and they just like to be able to take the top off, and they need to be able to do it on the other side of the field, away from where they put Worthy, because Worthy's really not an outside receiver. So they need someone who can line up outside to be able to take the top off that way, so they can have Kelsey do his thing. He played a lot better without Taylor Swift there, which I didn't even know, which I think is hilarious.
Well, you
But
didn't hear about it, but I do believe that they're saying that she decided not to go because she didn't want to put pressure on him after all the things. Did you see that all the players were wearing Travis Kelce shirts? Did you see that? I don't know if anybody was watching it. Before the game, everybody was wearing a Travis Kelce shirt. They made these special shirts because of all the different hatred thoughts of him on social media, and all the analysts saying that he's lost the step and he's not the same player. Every single player on that team showed up and we're practicing on the football field with a Travis Kelce shirt, just to give him confidence again. It's very Kansas City Chiefs like to do something like it's ridiculous. I mean, come on. This guy's one of the greatest tight ends to ever play the game. Why the hell do they need to wear a shirt to give him confidence? It's Travis effing Kelce. I mean, seriously, what the hell is going on here? It doesn't make sense. Go ahead. Go buy those shirts, ladies and gentlemen. Go buy it on Fanatic. Go ahead. Go to our website, www.worldwidesportsradio.com. Hit the Fanatic, click, whatever, lock in or click and get yourself your Travis Kelce shirt. It's absolutely ridiculous. I don't understand it, but go ahead. I'm sorry.
No, just to finish off on this, it's really a shame this injury happened. It was a friendly fire incident between Mahomes trying to do a little too much, doing a really dangerous move. If he didn't hit Rice, he would have hurt one of the guys on the defense, and it just wasn't a really smart move. Rice was playing incredible this year. He wasn't really the number one receiver last year. He kind of came on to that role late in the year. He was the established one, and he was playing like it. And it's a real shame that this happened to him in his year. But let's just say he didn't really do some things that karma would be smiling about in the offseason. And perhaps this is unfortunately what happens sometimes in this game. And he, there's all sorts of puns and jokes about him going too fast that I've seen tastelessly made on social media. It's just a shame when someone that talented gets hurt. Who knows what happened, in the offseason. Maybe he's a young kid. These guys are 23. I was doing not smart things when I was 23. I'm sure you were too. And it's just
always
real
was
shame.
and always will. I mean, I'm not driving drunk or, going to clubs and beating up photographers or whatever the hell he's doing on the side, or even being Tyreek Hill going out there, on a dock and beating up people because they looked at him wrong or they were mouthing off to him. I don't think I'm stupid. If I'm making millions and millions of dollars, I'm not doing anything stupid to lose any of that. But, it's very NFL-like to let this guy get away with that. But, hey, you know what? Karma's a bitch. And karma hit him right in the head. I'm not saying that I wanted to see him go down and hurt himself, but they always say karma's a bitch. All right, Tommy, your thoughts.
It's just, you guys were mentioning, honestly, Mahomes' number one weapon now gone, taken out by Mahomes pretty much, and it's crazy because this wide receiver core, it was expected to be a lot better this season.
Really? I didn't think it was going to be a lot better.
Well, I mean, getting people like Hollywood Brown, Rice, they even got Julius.
I forgot all about Hollywood Brown.
Exactly. See, look at that. So
no, but I don't think Hollywood Brown is any good. I mean,
well, he would have been.
Really?
They would have that would have made this wide receiver if they would have had Rashee Rice, Hollywood Brown. I think it would have went a lot differently this season. Even if Travis Kelce eventually finds his mood, because really now all they really have is just a rookie Worthy and Juju Smith. That's really the only weapons that he has at the wide receiver court. But it's a shame because like Fisher's mentioning, now they're gonna also look for solely looking at Travis Kelce into this, going forward pretty much. But I don't really know who can replace him. I mean, I know you were talking about Cooper Kupp. I think Cooper Kupp's an amazing pickup for that. I don't know if the Chiefs will actually go out and do that, or I don't know if the Rams are smart enough, or actually would do something like that. But it's a shame. The Chiefs, they really do. I really was looking forward to Rice having a very great year. I mean, he played all 16 games last season. I'm sorry, 17 games, but he played 16 games last season, 938 yards. he was on track to well surpass that. So it's a shame, honestly, that Rashee Rice is no longer going to be this season.
I didn't think their offense was going to be as explosive as everybody thought. I did think Patrick Mahomes was going to have better numbers than he has so far. But again, Rashee Rice, he's having a breakout season. I didn't expect that, but I expected Xavier Worthy to be a lot better than he is. I don't understand why they haven't used him as much as I thought they were going to. You would think that a guy like Andy Reid, the way he uses these speed guys, putting him in the slot and doing so many different things, I have not seen that yet. Now, maybe we see that more, and maybe using Xavier Worthy in the backfield as a running back style type of player, that they could do so many different things. They did it with Mecole Hardman. And he's better than Hardman, but we still don't know what Xavier Worthy is. So maybe we see that explosive player that we thought he was going to be. But I also believe that Cooper Kupp, and I said this to everybody, I thought that no matter what happens with the Rams this year, even if they were one of the better teams in the NFC, that they were probably looking to move Cooper Kupp, being that they have Puka Nacua. Puka Nacua could be out for at least another 2 more weeks. Cooper Kupp could be out for another 2 more weeks. We might not see them until week 6 or 7, and that could be the end of the Rams. But the Rams are playing good even without them. It's been very impressive what the Rams have done. It says a lot about Sean McVay, and says a lot about this team. They believe that they can find a way to win these games, and if they can somehow be a 500 team going into their bye week, and they get back Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua, why would they trade Cooper Kupp when they could have a chance to make a run in the NFC? The NFC is weak, okay? When you look at your 2 top teams right now in the NFC to be Seattle with a rookie coach and Minnesota with a quarterback that has been a journeyman. Now, I like Sam Darnold. I think he's having a great year. He's up for MVP. He's up for comeback player of the year. He's been unbelievable. He's going to get himself a lot of money. He really is. But he also has Justin Jefferson as his star wide receiver. I mean, anybody could look good with Justin Jefferson. Anybody. I'm not taking away what Sammy's doing. Sammy's been unbelievable, impressive. And this team's been a lot better than I thought they were going to be after some of the losses that they had in the offseason. But and O'Connell looks like he actually is a really good coach. But there is no way the LA Rams are just going to hand over Cooper Kupp to Kansas City Chiefs and say, here, go win yourself a 3rd Super Bowl in a row, unless the NFL has something behind it or something to do with it. And quite possibly could happen, because we know the NFL could reach out to the Rams and say, go right ahead, give the Falcons, we can win 3 in a row and be something different. I've seen crazier things. That face says it all about the NFC and says it all about the NFL and what I think about the NFL. Goodell has control over everything. And right now, I hope that all these teams are not going senile and they lose their minds and they say, hey, you know what? It doesn't matter. You know what we're going to do? We're going to just hand over the Kansas City's a 3rd Super Bowl in a row. I don't see the Rams doing it. I could see Amari Cooper going there. I could see the Browns. The Browns are an organization that loves to stick it to many different organizations, including teams that don't deserve it. I'm not saying Kansas City don't deserve to win 3 in a row, but the NFL is doing everything they can to help them get there. I don't want to see the Browns hand over Amari Cooper, but could you imagine Amari Cooper with Patrick Mahomes and Xavier Worthy, and then let's say Hollywood Brown comes back and Pacheco comes back, and they got Hunt coming back. Hunt, finds a way to break out. I mean, it's very Kansas City. It's very Chiefs-like and NFL-like to see this team just explode from a team that's barely breaking through every single game for a team that's scoring 30, 40 points a game. It's very Chiefs-like.
Fish, maybe the Browns could throw Kadarius Toney back in the deal.
Hey, look, Shane only does business with like 3 people that he knows, and they did trade Toney to the Chiefs. Maybe this is one of the guys he knows to trade Slayton. I would rather have Slayton than Hollywood Brown.
He's there. Is he going to play?
I don't think. No, Brown, they think is out for the year.
Really?
I don't know. He's not out for the year, but he's going to be out at least another 2 months. But Fish, keep in mind too, they also traded him the great Richie James too.
Great Richie James. I'll say this. I don't think that Stefanski would let go of Cooper. He's a great offensive coach, and I think he knows that that's the only real talent they have over there, and he's going to try to win because he was able to do it with no quarterback or 4 different quarterbacks last year. I think DeAndre Hopkins is the one that would be movable because that team is trash. I mean, they even if they win tonight, they got I don't know why he's playing. I didn't see what happened, but Mason Rudolph was in. That team's not going anywhere fast at all. There's no reason for them to keep a guy that's a veteran who's been on his 3rd team. They could probably Levis was hurt, but he came back. Thanks, Tommy. I'll tell you what, it doesn't matter because he stinks too. So it's really
did you see him
just
crying. Did you see him there? He looked on the sidelines. He looked like he was about to cry.
Not a great sign if I'm a Tennessee fan. Not a great sign. And I just think that Hopkins wouldn't cost as much. I think Slayton wouldn't cost much. I don't think they're going to be able to afford Kupp. I don't think they want to. I think they go for one of those kind of guys that are kind of, secondary level or used to be great, still has something left in the tank.
How about Baker Mayfield? How about Baker Mayfield starting a feud with Tom Brady, ladies and gentlemen? Who would have thought this? Baker Mayfield said on a podcast that the Buccaneers team culture was very stressful when he got there. Baker said Tom Brady had everybody dialed in and was a high-strung it was a very high-strung environment. He added that several Buccaneers offensive players wanted him to bring joy back to the game of football. During his broadcast of the Bucs and Eagles game yesterday, Brady took shots at Baker, saying being stressed out is having no Super Bowl rings. Brady also said a football team isn't daycare, and if he wanted to have fun, he would take his kids to Disneyland. That's what he said. Brady also revealed that he was very interested in joining the Bears in free agency, but their contract was $10 million less per year than what the Bucs were offering him. Brady had 14,643 passing yards, 108 touchdowns, a 66.7 completion percentage, and a 98.1 passer rating in 3 seasons with the Buccaneers. I love this. I love that Baker Mayfield is not afraid to open his big mouth. And this brings me into loving Baker even more. His wife likes to speak for him. When he was over there with the Browns and the organization and the fans were throwing him under the bus, what was his wife doing? She was standing up for him. It looked like Baker Mayfield was a peewee. He had his wife do all the talking.
Mayfield looking.
I don't know what's going on with that over there.
Sorry about that.
But I will say this about the Buccaneers, and I will say this about Baker Mayfield. I think the Buccaneers are having more fun right now with Baker Mayfield and what Baker Mayfield's doing with this team and having fun and the dancing on the sidelines when they score. Mike Evans. Now, I'm not saying Mike Evans didn't like playing with Tom Brady. Of course he did. He won a Super Bowl. He had a chance to win a Super Bowl and win one. He had some of his best seasons as not only as a Super Bowl champion, but as an NFL player. Baker Mayfield brings a different dynamic to this team, this organization, and he brings a kind of fun to the game. I remember, and one thing I could remember about Baker Mayfield is the stories that you heard when he was in Oklahoma. I mean, if you don't know, he wins a game. He takes his team's flag in the middle of the field and he puts it right on the emblem. Is it Terrell Owens like? I wouldn't say that, but Baker really didn't give a crap. Then Baker Mayfield got effed up, and then he's running around naked all over the Oklahoma, Oklahoma. What do they call it?
Emblem.
No, he was running around naked on the emblem. He was at a party. He was running around
in the quad.
He was running around the school naked. I don't know what he was doing, but he was having fun. He was out of his damn mind. But Baker Mayfield is a unique personality. I'm sorry. He's a unique personality, and he brings, a certain fun part of the game that I think the Buccaneers were missing when Tom Brady was there. Tom Brady is a winner. I understand Tom Brady is taking shots at him, saying that if you want to have fun, take your kids to Disneyland. I understand what he's trying to say, and he said winning Super Bowls are not supposed to be fun. It's supposed to be competitive, and if you want to be a champion, you got to go out there and you got to go play the game. The problem with Tom Brady is Tom Brady took the game a little too far. Now, I'm not saying he was wrong. I mean, he was a winner. He was born to win. He was a champion. Nothing takes it away. But when you take away the fun part of the game, the players don't like that. I mean, to get a chance to play the game that you love and get paid for it, that stands for everything. And then actually win, that's on a whole nother level. Now, if the Buccaneers win a championship with Baker Mayfield, with this team, and they're having fun doing it, it's going to stand out more to these players than winning it with Tom Brady, because it was like dealing with a drill sergeant. When he's not playing a good game or you're not having a good game, he's on the sideline screaming in your face. When Baker Mayfield's not having a good game or you're not having a good game, Baker's having fun on the sidelines. He's sitting with the players. He's getting them pumped up. He's having them love him. I love that about a quarterback. Say whatever you want about one of the impressive nature of what Tom Brady has done, or Peyton Manning. Peyton Manning, when he went on the field, and we've had guys that play with Peyton Manning, they said he's great off the field, very fun off the field. But when he played on the field, and when the time was to play the game and play at a top level, he wasn't a very fun player to play with. When you're great, you got to take your game to another level. Now, we have seen players in the past. Patrick Mahomes, people have said that Patrick Mahomes has become kind of a dick, and they've said that over the last couple of years. When you first win your Super Bowl, it's when you first Super Bowl, you have fun. After you become accustomed to winning, you become more accustomed to being a prick, because you're so comfortable winning. It's so easy in your mind that or it's not, how to win. You become a completely different player. So Travis Kelce is the personality on the sidelines for that team. It's not Patrick Mahomes. It's Travis Kelce. He's dancing. He's doing push-ups. He's doing jumping jacks. I mean, we've seen Travis Kelce over the years do a lot of stupid things. Patrick Mahomes is more of the serious note, and he's the serious guy. He's the face of the organization. So I think that Tom Brady has a point, but I think Baker Mayfield even has a bigger point, because he said when he went there, it was very stressful. Everybody was too serious. Everybody was dialed in. They were high strung, because Tom Brady made it that way. And Tom Brady learned that from Bill Belichick. He was very high strung. We've heard guys say that Bill Belichick was very funny. And we've heard through different guys that Tom Brady was very fun off the field, but on the field, he was very serious. I don't think there's a serious thing in Baker Mayfield's body at any cost, win or lose. I've seen Baker Mayfield. He seems like a likable person. I would go out and drink. I don't even drink. I drink a beer with Baker Mayfield. He's the kind of guy that I would sit there, have a football conversation with him, and just shoot the crap with him. Not even talk about football, talk about anything. He's that kind of guy. Would you sit there with Tom Brady and look at Tom Brady on the television. Tom Brady, he's got his panties up in a bunch. He was just like Drew Brees. It didn't work. Drew Brees didn't work out with NBC. Why didn't he work out with NBC? Because so high strung. Tom Brady too. He is not Tony Romo. Go ask anybody that played with the Cowboys how great of a teammate Tony Romo was. Tony Romo was fun. He was energetic. He was fun in the huddle. Tom Brady, if you're not doing the right thing, you're not running the route right. He's yelling at you. He's like screaming at you. Look at Aaron Rodgers. You think, honestly, everybody says that Aaron Rodgers, some people say Aaron Rodgers is, what he is, a prick. And then some people we've had on the show say that Aaron Rodgers is cool, collective, and a cool person, a cool teammate to hang out with. What we have seen with Aaron Rodgers on the football field when the Jets are losing is what? What do we see? We see him angry. You see him not even wanting to talk to anybody on the sidelines. He's yelling at players. You have Garrett Wilson coming to him, Breece Hall coming to him on the sidelines, and he's looking at him. He's pointing to his fingers, trying to tell him where he should be. I mean, nobody wants to deal with a quarterback. Yes, you want to win. Yes, you want a superstar guy that's going to lead you to that promised land that you have never been, or your organization hasn't been in 50 years. But you also want to have fun. This is a game. Why? I mean, Fish, you're a coach. That's what you are when you're around kids. And the first thing you're telling your kids is go out there and have fun. Go out there and have fun. You're professional athletes. You don't know when your last time on the field is going to be. You can tear your ACL, you can tear your Achilles, and never play football again. As we've seen defensive players. One linebacker that played for the Pittsburgh Steelers. He can't even walk anymore straight. You know who I'm talking about. So you don't know when your last time on a football field is. So when you have a player like Baker Mayfield that's going to, bring his personality, his charm out there on the sidelines, even when you're scoring, or even on the field when you're losing, and saying, listen up, boys. Did you see that woman on the second level? She pulled down her brassiere. Look at those breasts. I mean, I don't know, whatever is going to get his team off of the losing, situation, and just kind of get their mind, not away from the game, and just try to get them to laugh. You think Tom Brady's going to do that? You think Tom Brady's going to say, go look at that, or go look at this? Tom Brady's going to yell at you, and you're going to feel uncomfortable. So I understand what Baker's saying, and I think Tom Brady needs to pull his panties up in a bunch. Nobody's taking shots at his greatness. Nobody. But I will say this about Tom Brady, and I will say this about winning quarterbacks. They're high-strung, and because they're winners, and they know, like Joe Montana. You hear the stories about Joe Montana? Joe Montana is not a likable person. Jerry Rice has said that many, many times in different interviews. They said, who is the least likable player on your team off the field? And he said, Joe Montana. Why? Steve Young. He played with Steve Young. He says Steve Young is fun. He's energetic. He's fun. Do you see Joe Montana as a radio show host or an analyst? Never. Have you ever seen him analyze anything in football? Never. Because he's not a likable person. Do you see Steve Young on the NFL Network? You do. Do you see Steve Young on ESPN? You do. Why? Because he's a likable person. They're high-strung. Some of these quarterbacks are so high-strung, and they think that it no matter what, it doesn't matter how great they are and what they've done on the field, it's never good enough. So, my opinion, Baker Mayfield, absolutely right. And I think Baker stands for something, and I don't think he gives a crap what Tom Brady thinks.
No, and again, you look at Baker Mayfield, the evolution of even him, like, yeah, he's always going to be his crazy, fiery self in his own way, but I think in both circumstances, you needed that kind of thing in the evolution of what the Buccaneers were. The Buccaneers from 2018 and 19 were like a talented roster that was missing a couple key positions, including the quarterback. You look at when Bruce Arians got there. Jameis Winston was one of the highest guys in passing yards, but he also was one of the highest guys in interceptions. So they knew they needed to change a quarterback in an efficiency-driven league. So Tom Brady ended up being the stabilizer there. But once it went stale, and Tom Brady had all the things with the divorce, like all the relationship drama, all the retirement drama in the 2022 offseason as well, maybe it distracted those players too, where they thought they needed a fresh start. Tom Brady came back that season. They still made the playoffs, but they were 9-8. They weren't that good of a team. They were still disappointing. And if it wasn't for the weak division, they don't go to the playoffs. And then they needed that kind of stabilizer, that fun guy in a season in 2023. When nobody had any expectations of the Buccaneers. I think both of us picked them to win 5 games that year. Like, nobody had any expectations because Brady retired. Baker Mayfield comes in. He's a cancer in the locker room. Everybody said, no, it was the opposite. It fit with whatever they were doing over there. So I think both ends of it can be right. But for Tom Brady to criticize that kind of thing and say you can't play stress-free football, no.
I agree with Brady. I got to disagree with you guys.
Breathing room, Speedy. You're always choking on your spit. What do you like to spit? Anyways,
it's just talk.
Yeah, well, obvious. Go ahead, man. Go ahead.
Well, I just disagree. I think that Brady's right on this one. It's you got to get great players want you to get on their level. Michael Jordan wouldn't suffer any fools. He eventually came around to Steve Kerr, but punched him in the face in practice famously. And then eventually got Kerr on his level and gave him, trusted him enough for game-winning shots in the playoffs and the finals. That's how great players are. Brady is absolutely one of those types of guys who is very intense, but he wins. And they don't just want to win once. It's about winning multiple times. He's not satisfied with winning once. Baker might be satisfied with the playoff run. And that's kind of what Brady's trying to intimate here is, I didn't realize it was stressful not winning. I thought that's the most stressful thing is when you don't win, because I want to win. If I don't completely win, it's a failure. Baker's never won. So Baker doesn't really have that, it's not that he's not a winning player. He's just not that elite.
If he wins the Super Bowl, okay, and you hear this from Tom Brady, and Tom Brady's looking at Baker, he's not a winner. He hasn't won anything yet. But if he wins the Super Bowl and the team is behind him and everything that he has done this year and what he stands for and everything like that, it would change the outlook to what Tom Brady is saying. Because Tom Brady, I understand what he's saying. Again, going back to him, He knows how to win. He's won so many times. He's won 7 Super Bowls. At how many times? He's been to 10 Super Bowls and he's won 7. It's incredible what he has done in his career. But again, when you look at Baker Mayfield, it's about having fun, is it not? You're out there trying to have fun with 53 other players. That's what you're trying to do. And you're trying to get those players to believe in you and believe in what you believe in what success is. Tom Brady, I don't necessarily believe that all the guys believed that, oh, we have Tom Brady, we're going to win the Super Bowl. I think they realized that having a dynamic player like Tom Brady would give him the best chance to win a Super Bowl. I'm not saying Baker Mayfield, they believe is giving them the best chance to win a Super Bowl over Matthew Stafford or any of these Patrick Mahomes or any of these other guys. I think what they believe is if they can have fun and they can believe in their quarterback and have fun doing it, it can change their outlook if they sneak into the playoffs or they win their division or they win their conference, that they could believe like they believed in Tom Brady into in a run that could be even more fun and more together as a team. That's the way I look at it.
I think fun in football, and I'm going to ask you a question at the end of this about your hockey career related to this, because for me, football, it's more fun when you win, and you win when you execute together 11 guys doing different jobs on this at the same time, complementary to each other in all 3 phases of the game. It's really hard to do that. So you need to have crazy attention to detail, like you're a psychopath. And that's basically what Brady was. And winning is more fun. Now, when you're playing hockey, did you have more fun on 500 teams? Did you have more fun on losing teams? Or did you have more fun when at the end of the year you were going to the cup?
You can't ask me because I was an intensive player. I was as intensive. No, but it was different because I was fun. I was a jokester, but when you have so much pressure on you as a player, like when you're getting the team put together and you're named captain or co-captain of a team, and obviously these guys are looking towards you to be the face, and that it's not even just you. Your coaches are pulling you to the side and say, "Listen, we expect a big game from you. We expect you to do whatever we ask you to do, and we need you to do this. We lost this guy, so we need you to do this. So we lost that guy, we need you to do that." Because you're the better player, you're the best player on the ice, or you're the best player for your team, you're expected to do more. I was so crazy. I had a tremendous amount of energy. You see on this show, but I was different. My energy was like, I wouldn't even talk to anybody. I wouldn't even talk to anybody during the game. And if I thought the team was playing like crap, I would go after you in the locker room. I tell you straight out, you're playing like crap. But there's a difference there. There are people that are like that, and there are people like one of my friends who was a star basketball player, where I've been in the I used to be in the locker room with him, and he'd go out there. He was the best player on the team by far, one of the best players in the county. And he'd go out there. He'd be the team would be down by 20, and he's got like 30 points, and he'd be like, "Boys, the game's not over. Let's go out there." And he's blasting Metallica, dancing around in his boxers or his whatever he's wearing, his cup, when his ass hanging out and dancing and doing whatever the hell he's doing. And I'm standing, and I'm like, "Dude, we're losing. Like, what the fuck?" Excuse my language, but that's the way I was when I was watching him. And I'm like, but he got people calm, and he says, "Listen, the game's not over until the fourth quarter, and it's down to 0." And he was right. We actually won that game. So it depends on the person. It depends on the personality. And honestly, if I was, and I understand about being great at what you do and everything like that, and wanting to be great, I want to be a part of a team that is fun. I want to be out there having fun and winning than having fun. I mean, not having fun and winning and hating the player that I'm playing with. So that's just
let me. I think that's a great answer, and I just brought that up because I do think there is a spectrum.
By the way, I was very
ways
hated
to
on
be
my
great.
team. I was hated on my team. Nobody liked me, and I was dealing with Not even a coach liked me. He would sit me out. Dude, there were times that I'd be yelling at players on the ice. I'd come off the ice and he'd tell me to get in the corner and sit there alone. And everybody was giving me the dirty look. It didn't matter. And then I would score. I would get like 2 goals or 2 assists in the game. And at the end of the game, nobody wanted to speak to me, even if we won. Because I would leave. I would be the last person out. And I would just be sitting there and everybody, usually everybody was pounding, chopping people's legs at, in the locker room and telling everybody, like a good game. And they were looking at me like, oh, what a scumbag, So I guess being great and dealing with the backlash from it is not fun. And it's hard because they want the energy from you. They want that aggressive personality, but in the end, you also don't want to be hated by the people around you. And I didn't get along with a lot of people on my teams. My travel team, it was hard for me to get a roommate. Nobody wanted to room with me because they were just afraid that I was going to be the same. And I wasn't. Outside of, being on the ice or off the field or whatever I was doing, I was a normal, fun, energetic guy. But when I was there, I was aggressive. I wanted to win. I would do anything to win a game. So it's hard. It's hard to be great and be loved. It is. And again,
I think you're absolutely right, man. I'm sorry for cutting you off. You're absolutely right. I just before we got to Tommy, I really think it's important as I'm kind of look. I come off as a dick sometimes when I'm a teacher, when I'm a football coach, especially because I want you to do better than you currently are doing, and I'm always looking to try to help someone improve. And unfortunately, sometimes that requires you just to be hard on people, and it's tough love. And if I don't do it that way, it's going to happen a lot slower or not at all. And we don't have the time. And there's a lot of time is caused by it causes pressure. And sports is all about, time ticking down. And it's all about that. So Parcells push buttons, Belichick push Brady's buttons. It's not surprising he turned out this way.
Tom Coughlin.
Coughlin was a button pusher.
Yeah, he had to change himself from Michael Strahan and Tiki Barber. Even Tiki. One of the reasons why Tiki retired early was the fact that Tom Coughlin couldn't stand him, and he couldn't stand Tom Coughlin. He could say whatever he wants, Tiki Barber, but he's going to say he loved Tom Coughlin, but they did not get along, and nobody liked Tiki Barber. Nobody liked him, but it wasn't because he was great. It was because Tiki Barber had something to say about everybody after the fact, and Tiki didn't win anything. He wasn't a part of that championship team. He left before that. So, but it takes a lot. It's a lot of pressure on you and the coaches, and this more than anything because you're a coach. One of the things that I've learned about playing sports and being competitive is when you win, you're loved, and when you lose, you're hated. And then when you win and the players that you're playing with can't stand you, they still hate you. So it just... I was not liked by any players. And I got, even when I played Team USA hockey and I was playing with guys that were just as good as me or just as talented as me, I didn't get along with a lot of guys on my line either because I was just, I expected a lot from me and not only for myself, the players that I was playing with, and they couldn't stand that. It was all, you want to show that you can be competitive, but also want to be liked. And I just wasn't that type of person on the court, on the field, on the ice. So it's a different game. It's a different game now. I think Baker's right. I think Baker needs the game is different. It's become a game where, the players are the players and even the coaches, if you're not nice to the players and the players don't trust you, you're going to get fired. It's different now. It's a different game now. Tom Coughlin had to change his way to win championships. Bill Parcells didn't give a crap what you liked. If you didn't like it, you're gone. Bill Belichick you didn't like it, you're gone. It doesn't work like that. If Bill Belichick gets another coaching job in the future, he's got to change the way he's coached. And he did. If you listen to some of the guys that we've had on the show that's been coached by him, they said that as success happened, Bill Belichick changed. So I do believe that, certain people are different, and you need players like Tom Brady that is going to go out there and not be so fun and just be Tom Brady. So it's a different game. How about you, Tommy?
Well, I gotta admit, I'm kind of in a mix between both sides because I really agree, and you guys touched on really good points on both sides. You only suit up, you only play the game, you only actually make it to the pro and continue to play day in and day out, train because not only for the love of the game, but because you want to have fun, because you think this is so fun, you want to, of course, make money doing this and whatnot. So, considering, I was never a huge Baker fan. I couldn't stand him when he was on the Browns. He would always overhype his team up, and they would always only end up like about 5-6 games. But, I really love what he's done over here with the Buccaneers. But, Baker looking like he was going to be a guy that was, kind of going to be out of the league. He was barely almost a second string quarterback over there with the Rams. So, personally, I thought he was going to be one of these quarterbacks that kind of just get phased out. But, you got to respect him for turning into a contender and whatnot. But, I definitely agree with both sides. I definitely do see, having the fun culture in the locker room is definitely what makes the chemistry go around. And, it's definitely what helps in a locker room. But, having a stressful environment, I mean, Tom Brady, like Fish was mentioning too, just having the tough love in that, in that environment, especially in a Super Bowl, like Tom Brady is the man, is the Super Bowl ready hot man himself that, we all know, of course, he knows how it goes in a Super Bowl. So personally, I see both sides on this. I know, like you guys were mentioning this, you do need tough love in a sense.
It's a different game. And I think that you can't go with the tough love situation. I don't think it works anymore. I think you need to kind of break away from that and realize that look, even Patrick Mahomes. Patrick Mahomes knows how to have fun. He always has fun on the sidelines, but he now that he's changed and he's won so many Super Bowls and he's on his way to do something that no quarterback's ever done, he's changed his outlook to the game. He's more serious. You see him, he's more serious on the sidelines, and you see the different way, the personality that he's transitioned into. I think Baker, is starting to see, and I think people are starting to see the way Baker is and trying to understand that this is the way and the wave that if you want to succeed in this league and you want to stay in this league for a long, long time, that the players got to trust you and the players got to have fun with you on the field. And I think it's different. I look at Justin Fields. The Chicago Bears and the players did not want him to go. They loved him. But for some reason, the Chicago Bears believed that, and I'm not saying Caleb Williams isn't going to be a star, but they lost confidence. They lost confidence in Justin Fields. They should have lost confidence in Eberflus and brought in somebody in there to kind of help coach Justin Fields. It didn't work that way. And obviously you see, now I'm not saying Justin Fields is a world beater, but I've heard from many different people that Justin Fields is a good teammate. He's fun to be with. He knows how to have fun on the sidelines. He knows how to drive and bring the players together. I think that's what teams are looking for now. And by the way, Carl, you're absolutely right. The Jets are trash. And we had enough to speak about with the Jets or the Jets over the last couple of hours. So final story we're going to get into. The Yankees clinched the #1 seed in the American League playoffs this weekend and will receive first-round byes. The Yankees could be without Anthony Rizzo, DJ LeMahieu in the ALDS, who are out with injuries. The Yankees placed Nestor Cortez on the IL with an elbow injury and is not expected to be available for the ALDS. The Mets clinched a playoff berth after an 8-7 win over the Braves in the first game of the doubleheader. If the Mets lose the second game, which they did in the doubleheader, they will face the Brewers as the #6 seed, which that's where they're going. They're going to be playing the Brewers in Milwaukee. If the Mets win the second game, they knock the Braves out of the playoffs, which they didn't. And by the way, the Braves are heading. The Arizona Diamondbacks lose out of the playoffs. They went all the way to the World Series. It looks like, the Braves are heading to the playoffs. It looks like the Mets are heading to the playoffs as predicted. I told that to Josh. there's not much to say about the Yankees besides the injury situation. The Nestor Cortez is a big loss. A left-handed power pitcher who I thought was going to be good coming out of the bullpen, could be a long relief pitcher if the Yankees get into trouble in certain games. If Rodon doesn't pitch well, or Garrett Cole doesn't pitch well, or Heel doesn't pitch well. He's a rookie. He's a young player. He's going to win Rookie of the Year, 15-6, one of the best young pitchers in baseball, 26 years old, had a sensational year after coming back from an elbow injury. There's nothing but win for the New York Yankees to say about this team and this organization. If the Yankees don't win and go to a World Series, it's an absolute loss. It's an absolute loss. And I don't want to hear it from the Yankee fans. If this team, and I don't want to hear about going to the American League Championship, they don't win the American League and go to the World Series, it's a catastrophic year for them. You win, you're the best team in the American League, really throughout the last, 5 weeks of the season? You've been the best team in the American League. You can fight it. You can argue with Cleveland and them. What makes Cleveland so dangerous going into the playoffs, and I've been saying this for a very long time, the most important part of winning a championship now is their bullpen. Who has the best bullpen in baseball? The Cleveland Indians. They have by far the best bullpen. When it goes to 7, 8, 9, from the 7th, 8th, and 9th inning, you have 3 of the best relief pitchers in all of baseball.
They have 4 pitchers with an under 2 ERA.
I'm just speaking about 7, 8, and 9. And they have the best relief pitcher in baseball since Mariano Rivera. Okay? And he has Mariano Rivera numbers. Now, we'll see what he does in the playoffs this year. Mo was a different player in the playoffs. This guy was a great regular season pitcher. He was very good last year in the playoffs, but can he be shut down like Mo was when he was with the Yankees? But if the Yankees don't win and go all the way to the World Series, it's a complete loss. The fact that they don't have Anthony Rizzo, who cares? The fact that they don't have DJ LeMahieu, who cares? They're not the same players they were 3-4 years ago. Anthony Rizzo is a shell of himself. He's old looking. If they win, he wins his ring. If he loses, who cares? He already won a ring. But if right, Anthony Rizzo won a ring.
Yep, with your Cubs, Carl.
Yeah. So if Anthony wins another one, this will be his second ring, and he can ride off into the sunset. Who knows? And DJ LeMahieu has never won a ring, and DJ LeMahieu has won, a batting title in the National League and American League. There's not many players that have done that, but he's never got a chance to actually play and win a ring. If DJ LeMahieu doesn't come back and he wins a ring, good for him. Right now, if the most important part of this lineup is Soto, Judge, Giancarlo Stanton has been a very important part of this lineup, Chisholm, and Torres batting at 1. If these 5 guys stay healthy and they actually hit in the playoffs, the Yankees should no doubt be the favorites of coming out of the American League.
Yeah,
no doubt.
Yeah, it's easy to say with the Yankees' talent that they have at the top heavy, but again, the questions will come with the other stuff. Like you look at Anthony Volpe has not been hitting much in the second half of the season.
I don't think that matters because where's he batting? 7th?
Right. Now it's interesting because he's going to provide the speed element with the new rules, and you look at they face the Orioles or the Royals, and both of them have Royals have a veteran catcher in Perez.
But the Orioles don't have pitching.
The Orioles have had streaky pitching. You're right. In the second half of the season, it's not been good. The Royals have very good pitching, though, so they have to be able to make that kind of thing work if they can't get those other guys to work counts and stuff like that.
I would rather play the Orioles than Kansas City. Do you want to know why I'd rather play?
I would agree with you.
I don't want to play Kansas City for one. Their defense is really, really good.
Mm-hmm.
And number 2, they're destined to beat the Yankees. I could see them running all over the Yankees. I could see it. I just think that the Orioles are still very, very young, and there's a lot of things about the Orioles where I think the Yankees match up very well against. Kansas City, I think they're a bad matchup for the Yankees. I just think they are. And I don't want to play the Orioles. So if I hope that the Orioles beat the Royals, because I think, not saying it's going to be easy beating the Orioles, I just think it's a better opportunity for the Yankees to go further and knock off the Orioles than it is the Kansas City. So I think you're right. I think it's all about matchups in the playoffs. And that doesn't mean, Kansas City could get hot, or even the Orioles could get hot and win a World Series. We've seen it. Look at the Rangers last year. The Rangers aren't even in the playoffs.
Yeah, I would say even if the Orioles can even survive with the Royals too and get some level of pitching, they're still going to be tough with that lineup because they have the deepest lineup of any American League team. Now, the Yankees obviously have the two best players with their hitters for sure, but you look at
and you know what teams like to do.
Yeah, sure. And that's the thing that I think that even from a strategy perspective, the Yankees have to figure out, because even 2 years ago when they were playing against Cleveland, they should have lost that series. Like, they were getting outmatched in a lot of things, and the Yankees talent just willed them to it, but then they got swept by the Astros. So that kind of thing cannot happen again. I'm not saying it's all Aaron Boone. I think Aaron Boone is a good manager, but the game plan has to be better from even the front office.
Stop with I've stopped blaming the manager. This has nothing to do with the manager. Win or lose, it has nothing. Now, Aaron Boone needs to figure out how this bullpen is going to work. When you're going to bring in Marcus Stroman, don't put your team in harm's way. When you bring in Marcus Stroman, I mean, that's to me is worrisome by itself. And all know who should be the closer. Mr. Loser should not be pitching in the playoffs. I do not want to see him at all. But again, Aaron Boone's not going to turn off what he has done all season long. He is that kind of manager. I just think if the Yankees are going to win, guys are going to have to get hot. Aaron Judge is going to have to hit in the playoffs. And I think the most important hitter in this lineup, and I'm going to say it again, is Giancarlo Stanton. Mm-hmm. I think he has been the best hitter for the Yankees in the playoffs over the last couple of years. I think that if Giancarlo Stanton could protect Aaron Judge in the middle of that lineup and Soto, and those three guys get hot and they stay healthy, watch out. I think that could be murderer's row. I think Giancarlo Stanton plays a big factor if the Yankees plan to go to the World Series.
Good fish.
I think you're forgetting someone.
Oh.
There's someone who's been doing more protection than Stanton since when he was out, and that's our catcher, our rookie, Mr. Wells. And he is another nice bat, hitting over, I think it was around, finished over 750 OPS. Is a quality bat, a really good defender, really good framer of the ball. And look, it's a depleted AL. There's the Royals. I think there's pitchers are real young. Singer, along with Reagans, who had a great year, but again, young guys who haven't really been experienced. Bobby Witt's first taste of the playoffs, great one, had an amazing season. Look, he's amazing. He's a great defensive and offensive player. We're going to be talking about him for over a decade. He's the real deal, and they'll be great. I just don't think this is the year. And the Orioles. I just wrote down a list of all the injuries to the pitching staff on the Orioles. Outside of Burns, they've been piecing it together like with paper, with gum and paper clips. Eflin is done. Grayson Rodriguez is done. They lost Bradish in the beginning of the season. Means came back and was done again. Bautista, their closer, done. I don't even know how they're doing. They had to get rid of Kimbrel because he completely fell apart. That team at the beginning of the year, if they stayed healthy, was good enough to win 100 games. They fell apart. Jack Holiday didn't really come up with the same gusto everyone thought he would. They're still a ways away. They're a very good young team. Again, Yankees are positioned in a great spot against these squads in the AL. I really agree with you, Errol. I think this is a pennant-winning team, especially against a depleted AL. Outside of Cleveland, who I think we can take. Class A, not as great in the playoffs, I don't think, as in regular season traditionally, but still a really, look, you're right. Top three.
It doesn't matter. Small sample. We've seen pitchers. But
it's the playoffs, right?
Yes. There's more pressure on you, and when your team has you're up 9-8 in the ninth inning against the New York Yankees in Yankee Stadium. It's not the same as up 9-8 in a regular season, and you have nothing to play for but a win. So I know it's a small sample size. That doesn't mean anything, Speedy. We've seen Class A, and even against the Yankees. The last time he played the Yankees in the playoffs, the Yankees hit against them. So to sit there and say small sample size, I could say that about Mariano Rivera. Just washed everything away. When he'd go up and he'd give up a home run and lose that game, the next day he would be called in and he'd be a different pitcher. It's different people have different, ways of attacking things when they're losing and they're winning. I don't know if Class A has that kind of, personality. We'll see if he gets into trouble or he gets into a situation where he loses and then has to come back the next day. So as far as the Mets are concerned, I've been very impressed with the Mets. I really have. I think the Mets, first of all, congratulations. I believe one of the best managers in baseball this year. I think he deserves to get a little bit of respect for what he has done. this year for this Mets team that was not supposed to be there. This was going to be a year where you don't know what the pitching staff was going to be. You lost Senga for 3 months. I mean, he's missed most of the season. I've been very impressed with Senga. I'm sorry, with the Mets pitching. Peterson, I love Peterson. I loved him last year, but he's an injury-prone pitcher. But this year, having the season that he's had, he's been sensational for them. Quintana it's been unbelievable. And this bullpen, they really, I mean, they glue together. They glued this together. David Stearns, who I'm not a big fan of, okay? I think Met fans like to blow him up and say, oh, David did this and David did that. He had to do this and he had to do that. Listen, it's worked out for him. We'll see what David Stearns is going to do when he opens up the pockets of the New York Mets. We all know what Uncle Stevie likes to do when he opens up his pockets. It's spent billions and billions of dollars, and it hasn't worked for them. But I will say this. It's a likable team. Brandon Nimmo's had a great, sensational second half. Pete Alonso has not, so I expect Pete Alonso to show up in the playoffs and be a big part of this run. Lindor's had an MVP year. I've been very impressed with Francisco Lindor. I think he's overpaid, but he's had a great season. I love some of these young players that they have. I mean, there's a lot to like about this team. There really is. And I hope that they go far into the playoffs. I would love to see the Mets and the Yankees play in the World Series. That would be fun again, like 2000. But I'm not saying the Yankees are going to go there. I'm not saying the Mets are going to go there. But wouldn't it be fitting to see the Mets go far into the playoffs and then in the offseason spend a lot of money and do the things that the Met fans have been waiting to see this team and this organization do for the last 30, 40 years. So I hope for the best for the Mets. Out of all the teams that I root for and all the teams that I can't stand that are in New York, like, for instance, I can't stand the Rangers. I'm an Islander fan. I can't stand the Giants. I'm a Jet fan. I can't stand the Nets because I'm a Knicks fan. I can't stand the Nets, period.
We're just laughing at the Nets.
Yeah. And now I can't honestly say that I hate the Mets. I will never wear their apparel. I go to Met games. I can never say that I hate the Mets because the Mets can never compete with the success of the New York Yankees. So how could you hate the Mets? I want to see the Mets win. I want to see them competing. I want to see this organization get back to that, that stardom and that success that they had early in the 60s. I mean, late in the 60s and mid 80s. They haven't been there. And they had a chance in 2015 and kind of choked in the World Series against Kansas City, a team that I thought they should have beaten.
Self-inflicted, yeah.
So I congratulations to the New York Mets. I hope they go far. I hope they beat Milwaukee. I think they're better than Milwaukee. I really do. I think they play better than Milwaukee. And the Braves, I have been very impressed with the Atlanta Braves. I mean, the Atlanta Braves lost their best pitcher in Strider early in the season. They lost their best player in Acuna early in the season. And then they bring up these players, and management had to figure this out and figure that out and glue it together. And somehow they're in the playoffs. And it's impressive. They're an impressive organization. Say whatever you want. Met fans can't stand the Braves and the Atlanta Braves and the success that they've had over the years. And honestly, they should have had more success with Greg Maddux and John Smoltz and Tom Glavine and Danny Nagel. They won one World Series. That's all they won in that time. That's crazy to say that with all that great pitching. And Chipper Jones, I just think that this team deserves a lot more credit than people are giving them for doing what they have done and do it the way they've done it this year. So congratulations to the Braves. Congratulations to the Mets. I hope they both go to the NLDS, the NLCS. I would love to see the Mets play the Braves in the National League Championship, and whoever goes to the World Series. It would be fun to watch. I don't trust the Dodgers. I don't. As much as everybody loves Ohtani and what he's done this year, I don't trust the Dodgers. I never trust the Dodgers because Roberts is an idiot. Okay. Philadelphia, I love Philadelphia. I really do. I love what they stand for and what the players. The second half of the season's been up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down. I don't know what Philadelphia Phillies team is going to show up every single week. So only time will tell if this is the Philadelphia Phillies team that we saw went to the World Series a couple of years ago and went to the NLCS last year and choked. So I don't know. There's a lot. To me, it goes to these 4 teams. The other 2 teams, I don't know what they're all about. I've seen enough of the Braves this year, the Mets. I've seen enough of the Phillies and the Dodgers. The other 2 teams, the 3 teams, I'm not saying they're not going to win, but to me, Milwaukee is, to me, I think they're not really as good as people say they are. They had a great record, a great season. I don't think they're as good as their record shows. I think there's a lot of deficiencies of these teams that have made the playoffs. I think the Mets are the hottest team right now in baseball. I think the Braves have been one of the hottest teams in baseball in the last 4 weeks. And I only trust the teams that are hot. And even though the Dodgers have been very hot over the last couple of weeks because of Ohtani, I still don't trust them. I don't trust that pitching staff. I don't trust the bullpen. Their lineup is ridiculous, but I don't trust their pitching staff and I don't trust their bullpen. So
yeah,
I could see the Dodgers getting knocked out in the first, after, obviously the number 1 seed after the wild card, whoever they're matched up against and whoever they're matched up
it's
against.
the Padres versus the Braves. The Padres are the best team in the second half of the season in the National League. And then you got, like you said, the Braves are always hot. They're always pesky. They do better when they're underdogs sometimes. You look at when they won the World Series.
I don't know if I trust the Padres.
I'm not saying I necessarily do either, but
I'll tell you this, King has been unbelievable.
Yes, he has.
It's been unbelievable. So Yankee fans that have loved that Soto move, I mean, I told you why I didn't like that trade. I mean, King is unbelievable, man.
Yeah. And again,
one of the best pitchers in baseball in the last 5 weeks.
Yes, absolutely. And the Padres are very similar to the Mets and the Brewers. Like, those are all teams that were supposed to be, they had their runs, they had consecutive playoff appearances, they always choked. Last year, both of us picked the Padres to go to the World Series last year. They had big expectations, they crumble. And the Mets, the same kind of thing with the payroll. And now they both found ways to overcome adversity in a way, too. The Mets and the Brewers, too, on both ends of the Craig Counsell front, too. Craig Counsell sitting on his couch watching them in the playoffs, and those 2 managers have been brilliant all year. Those would be 2 finalists for manager of the year. And the pitching staffs, like the Brewers were all banged up at the start of the year too. They trade Burns, they lose Brandon Woodruff to Tommy John surgery, and then the Mets the same kind of thing. They just have nothing with Senga hurt, and all of a sudden they patch it together. So it is very interesting. The National League is all about creativity and making it work. And I agree with you on the Dodgers.
You know what's so funny with Keith? He says that the Dodgers and the Phillies are the best, and the Dodgers are hot.
I think the Phillies are still good.
The Dodgers are always hot when they make the
the
playoffs,
Dodgers
and they always choke. They always choke. They've won 1 World Series out of all the teams that they have and all the teams that they bought and deferred money and all the money they've invested into these players. They've won 1 World Series. Come on, stop it, Keith. The Dodgers, I do not trust the Dodgers. I wouldn't even be surprised the Padres, whoever they matched up again, the Braves, they don't, I would bet whoever they play. If I'm a betting man, I wouldn't trust that pitching staff.
Right. The Padres just beat them 2 years ago in the second round, and then the Braves beat them the year before that. Now, the Dodgers beat the Braves in 2020. Fine. But again, you look at the Dodgers pitching staff is all banged up.
And by the way, he says he's not worried about the Kansas City. They're not playing great baseball. You watch.
That doesn't matter, though, because
watch. The Yankees play Kansas City, and they're going to get knocked out. Mark my words.
I could definitely see
Mark
that.
my words. And what is Keith going to say? You were right.
Yeah.
You were right.
Because, again, it doesn't always work that way. The Phillies case was the exception of the rule of the new playoffs right now. But Texas last year, when they won the World Series, keep in mind, they threw the division away. Like, they had a 10-game lead or something at one point.
I'm not saying I didn't like the Soto trade, Keith. I'm not saying that. It was a good trade. But if you're renting Soto for this year, King is there. He just signed an extension, a 3-year. Look at what he's doing right now. That guy would have been the Yankees' future number 1. He's the Padres' number 1 guy. I told you guys what he was going to be. There was no joke when the Yankees made that trade and why they wanted him. I've watched him enough. He was the future closer for the Yankees or future starter. I mean, the Yankees moving him around like they did with Jabba. It didn't, That doesn't usually work like that. But as we know, Jabba has been on the show and said that's not smart. But I mean, King is the real deal. Look at his ERA. Look at his WHIP in the last 5 weeks. They're the best in baseball. Mm-hmm. You can't even argue it. And he could you imagine the Padres match up against the Yankees in the World Series and you got to deal with King 2 or 3 times in that series? Good luck. I mean, it doesn't matter how great Soto is if he can't hit against great pitching wins championships. Everybody knows that.
And Keith, going
back, but that's why you need great hitting, though. That's Soto. Soto's the great hitting. I'm sorry.
Okay, we'll
to
see
cut
if
off
he can
Keith.
hit with the Yankees. We'll see if he hits with the Yankees in the playoffs. We'll see.
I think he will. I think
right,
he
we'll
will.
see.
Hey, I'm sorry for cutting you off, Speed. Just wanted to throw something out there. I just read Sale's probably not pitching, guys, for the Braves. Sale's got a bad back. It's out. He probably wouldn't be ready for the next week. So if they don't have him, I don't think they have a shot at all. Even though they're very scrappy, they need that guy. That guy's been incredible all year. He's got to win. The comeback player, or
Comeback. He's a Cy Young winner. He's winning the Cy Young.
I mean, he's getting all of it. That's an unbelievable job. That's a guy that was on the scrappy.
I think he was 17-3
crazy.
with a 2.64 or 2.65 ERA. I think I understand they want to give it to everybody. Keeps talking about the what's his name again? The relief pitcher for Cleveland.
Class A.
Class A.
But
Class A. No, but everybody keeps talking about Class A and what Class A has done. For the American League. I don't even think even if they were in the same league, I would take Class A. It's very hard to give it to a relief pitcher. It's very, very hard, even though what he has done this year. But even a guy like Sale, King has been unbelievable in the second half. So I don't know. It to me, I look at what Sale has done this year. I think he's been very impressive, and he's definitely the Cy Young winner in the National League. I don't even think you can argue that.
Right. The main competition is Zach Wheeler for that, but I think Sale's been better.
Much better. And in the American League, who do you give it to?
Scooble. He's pitching triple
How about
crown.
Detroit making the playoffs?
Yeah. You want to talk about hot key? They're the hot team.
How about Detroit making
For
the
real.
playoffs? That's scary, man. Oh, my God. Their pitching has been unbelievable in the second half.
Mm-hmm.
You can't even hit them.
It's funny. I picked them to win the division at the start of the year. It was just their offense was so bad in the first half, but they always had the pitching, and then they finally out of nowhere. And I give Kevin Mensch credit. He tried to talk us into it. I thought they were too little, too late, and he called it.
He did call it, but he also said that they have a good young farm system, and their pitching is a lot better than they looked. So, and in the second half, you kind of see what Mensch was saying and how good they really started to develop, competitive nature and management put this team together. I got to give Detroit a lot of credit. Detroit's been bad for such a long time, and they haven't been competitive since really Scherzer and Verlander and Granderson on that team. I mean, it's been a long, long time. They built their farm system, and their best players are not even up yet. I mean, they have a tremendous. Who is this? Is it
I believe it's Keith.
All right, Keith, what's up?
What's up, man? No, I didn't say the Dodgers were going to win. I said they're the hottest team in baseball. That's all. I stated a fact.
The Tigers and the Padres would love a word on that.
Yeah. Yeah, they all are. Especially the Tigers, you're right. They're on fire.
And listen, and Carl's saying I had the Reds win. Yeah, I had the Reds making the playoffs.
I had them winning the division too.
Who cares?
Oh,
I was wrong.
I mean,
It's
so
baseball.
Yeah,
You know,
wrong.
predictions
wrong.
baseball.
I don't think Houston was going to win.
By the
Right,
way, Carl, how many wins did I say the Yankees were going to have this year? I was right about that.
You were.
I also said how many. I thought the Mets were going to have over 80 wins, but a lot of people didn't think that. They did. So I said things.
Back to an 82 or something like that, or even more.
I said 83 or 82 or something like that.
Yeah.
I said the Mets were going to win more than 70
It's on tape.
wins. Yeah, I said it. I also, I wasn't right about everything I said.
Nobody's right about everything they said.
I also thought that the Phillies were going to be one of the teams to beat in the National League. They are.
Well, that was obvious.
Yeah, but I'm just saying. I mean, and I don't think the Phillies are going to win. I
think the Phillies are the best all-around team in the National League. That doesn't mean they're going to win.
Yeah. You're right. They still lack some things.
Pitching and the depth. Every team's flawed. The American League's so weak. But all you have to do is get hot, like the Rangers did last year.
But Keith, that's what I was trying to tell you.
I'm really not worried about the Royals at all.
Keith, that's what I was trying to tell you, though. It's not always about winning streaks because the Texas Rangers last year threw the division away. They had a huge lead.
I'm worried about the Royals for one reason.
Why?
I'm telling you, because they're
young.
Their bullpen's good. Their bullpen's good. That's it. Their bullpen's good.
You're not going to have to worry about it. They're going to get knocked down the first round.
Okay.
Now,
why doesn't experience matter, Keith? The Rangers, Diamondbacks, no experience.
It doesn't? Yeah. But
look at the last 4 World Series teams, Keith. Besides the Astros, who has experience?
Wait, the last 4 World Series teams are
The
who now?
Astros versus the Phillies in 22, and then last year was the
Astros had
Rangers and
experience?
Diamondbacks. Is that experienced teams besides the Astros?
Yeah.
No. The Rangers and the
Not the
Diamondbacks were
Rangers.
experienced teams
Not
last
the,
year.
no, I thought you meant for the last 4 seasons.
No.
No, both of them were upsets to get in the last season. Yeah, neither one expected those teams.
All right, if you want to even use 4 seasons, we can add the Rays into the mix.
But normally experience.
Who's
does
calling
help
up
a lot
now?
in
All right,
playoffs.
Keith. We have a new caller actually. We're actually gonna let him on. He has a new fan that wants to join
Just
us.
pay attention to what I actually write.
All right, put him through. Put him through. Keith, call back. Who do we have on the phone? Hello? Somebody call up?
Hello?
Hey, can you guys hear me?
We can now.
Who is
it? Can you guys hear me?
Yeah, we hear you.
We can hear you.
All right, am I too loud or too soft?
No, you're good. You're good.
I'm on 2 different phones.
You're good.
All right. Who we speaking
All right,
to?
maybe I just turned my fan down a little bit. I didn't want to. So I know you guys were talking about baseball.
Yeah, we were talking about baseball.
Well,
Who
my
we speaking
thing's
to?
football.
Who we
right?
speaking to? First of all, who we speaking to?
And I saw Mr. Fish with the giant thing in the background. That's Jet Life Stadium right there. But
Ooh.
but listen, anyone that's a Dolphin fan, man, like I feel bad for them. It's like what happened to us last year.
Well, who we speaking to? First of all,
Fireman Ed.
who we speaking?
He was
to?
on last year.
No, I'm just asking. Who we speaking to? What's your name? I don't know. All right, Speedy. All right, we got it. Come on, Speedy. Go.
Jet Life 5,000.
Turn this phone.
Speedy,
off
press it.
completely.
Speedy,
Who is fireman?
End it.
Who is the fireman?
End it.
The head guy.
Speedy, if you don't end it,
Sorry, we're gonna hang up on you. Sorry.
Speedy, end it.
All right,
Speedy.
You're so nice, Speedy.
Speedy, first of all, when I tell you to end it, end it. Do you understand that? Look at me. When I tell you to close the phone, close the phone. Jesus Christ. I told him to shut it off. The guy's not answering questions. You're just sitting there with your stick up your ass. What the hell are you doing?
All right, Keith's back now. Keith, sorry, our new fan didn't have a very good signal.
No, and you obviously don't have any. You don't listen. Listen to me. Here, I'll spell it out for you. When I tell you to hang up, hang up.
I did. He's talking to me.
No, I'm talking to him.
Our other guy.
Who is
The other guy that was on the phone before? He had bad signal. He couldn't really hear us very well.
Anyway, did you guys catch any of the Miami Tennessee game? Oh my Lord, Miami could be the worst team in football.
I don't know why. Just so you hear me, right? When I tell somebody to hang up the damn phone, I expect him. He's just sitting there with this button, just like I told him to keep his finger on the button on the mute button because it was making an echo sound. He's in his own little world. What is this guy again? You want to answer it again?
Sorry, dude. We can't hear you very well. So we're
hang up the phone.
We're just gonna keep Keith on. Sorry, whoever's trying to call right now, we could not hear you very well. We'll try again another time.
All right, don't use me like the cheap whore I am. Either you keep me, or you don't, guys.
No, you're here. You're here, Keith.
Did you guys watch it? Did you catch the Miami Tennessee game?
Yeah, we were watching.
I know you are.
We were watching it. Yeah.
They were awful. Miami might be the worst team in football.
Well, they don't have a quarterback. That's the problem.
No, you know what? Even they did, it wouldn't matter. That coach is so overrated.
I like Mike McDaniel. I like him.
I don't like him. I think he's overrated. He was too busy sucking off Tua.
He might be. And by the way, Speedy, that was a prank. Okay, I'm just letting you know that because I told you to hang up the phone.
Prank calls from somebody?
No, he's stupid. He doesn't listen to me. I told him to hang up the damn phone, and he just sits there. He sits there like he's. When I tell somebody to hang up the damn phone, hang up the damn phone. The guy was calling up because he was pranking us. That's what he was doing, and he's sitting there. Oh, I mean, it's stupid. He doesn't listen to me. And when I tell you to hang up the damn phone, hang up the damn phone. I'm so pissed off right now because I am so infuriated because when I tell you to do something, you do it.
Sir, yes, sir. You want me to drop and give you 50? I will.
No, it's not even funny, Keith. It's just
come
pissing
on.
me off. Somebody calls the show and pranks
it's
the
happened to some
show, and he
immature
sits
idiot.
there with his stick up his ass like an idiot. That's what he was. He was being an idiot. Here's it again, Speedy. What are you going to do? You're going
They're
to
not
answer
calling. Whoever's calling, do not call.
You're going to answer it, Speedy? Go ahead, answer it.
Maybe it's Speedy calling in.
No,
You don't know from the
go
cell
ahead,
phone.
Keith. Just speak. I'm infuriated. I've
all right.
No, we're
go
not
on, then.
answering the phone.
We're not answering. Sorry.
You didn't even answer the. First of all, OG Jets fan. Okay, when somebody asks you where you're from and who you are, you say, "Hi, I'm Donnie from blah 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 blah. I'm a Jet fan. Let's talk about the Jets." Don't sit there and not pay attention to what we're saying on the call. It's rude. It's absolutely rude. You have a European phone? What do you mean you have a European phone?
Maybe he's calling from Europe.
I don't know. I don't know. Go ahead, Keith. What do you want to talk about? Go ahead.
Well, that awful football game. Oh my God, both teams are just hell. It was the worst football game. Even the Jets game was better yesterday. This quality football tonight. I know you guys are working. It was so bad.
We're watching the game. I mean, we're watching the Lions game too. I don't know.
Well, Lions game's a lot better.
I don't know how that wasn't a safety. That should have been a safety.
Yeah, me neither. I was just thinking, wait a second, we missed something. Now I'm watching. I'm thinking I got a safety. I did well on. I have Detroit, like 3 or 4 guys my starting lineup on fantasy, so I cranked on that. But how'd your fantasy make out? Again, crappy because everybody's hurt.
Crappy. I had 7 guys or 8 guys on my starting lineup out. I mean, if I put my roster right now, they're all Avano and IR. I mean, I have no chance of winning. By the way.
So yesterday I picked. I have Laporta, I got it, and I
all right. All right, hold on, Keith. OG Jets fan, we will call you. If not, have a good. Listen, if you want to call up again, call up again. You call up. Hold on. If you want to call up again, you can call up again, but make sure that you can speak into the phone and you listen and actually answer the questions because we can't have you on the phone and you not say anything. There's dead air. Okay, your fan's on. So go ahead, put them through.
All right. Can you hear us, Mr.
Hey,
Jet
what's
fan?
up? Can you hear me now?
Yes. Can you hear us?
What is your name?
Fine. I had a problem. I have 2 phones. One was Europe, like order from Europe, so it kind of takes like 3 seconds to load.
All right, what's your name? Where are you from? What would you like to talk about?
My name is Tommy from I'm from Woodridge, New Jersey, right by MetLife, but I live in Jersey City right now.
Okay, you're in Woodridge. Okay, and what would you like to talk about? What would you like to talk about?
I mean, he
I would
sounds.
like to talk about. I know you guys were talking about a lot of baseball, but are you guys? What are your football fans? Are you Jets, Giants, some fake Dolphins, or like Cowboys, Steelers? Or I was never on your pod before.
Three Giants fans and 1 Jets.
So
I think this is I've got to hang up on Speedy.
I am a Jet fan. I'm the only Jet fan on this show. And obviously you're a Jet fan because you say you're OG Jets fan 1985. So, okay, you're a Jet fan. What would you like to talk about?
I would like to talk about how if we cannot protect Rodgers and he's just as old as the coach, I don't see how we could have a successful. We could win the division, but I don't see how we can win the Super Bowl with a dilemma like that. Our line could not protect Rodgers for shit. If he only got sacked a few times, whatever, 5 times, but He got pressured almost every single time.
First of all, the offensive line has played well all season long until yesterday. I don't know what happened, and mute him, Speedy, because this is too much of a background. And the problem right now with the Speedy, did you hear what I said? Are you listening to me, or are you a little lost again? Because I can help you with that. Because you have had problems pressing that button all day long. Right now, the New York Jets, as far as I'm concerned, their problem is not their offensive line. They didn't look good. The offensive line did not look good yesterday. And that goes for what the Broncos showed as far as defense is concerned. Their defense is good. Their secondary is good. Patrick Surtain is the real deal. They can get out. They have two linebackers that can get at you. I don't think it had anything to do with Aaron Rodgers. I don't think it had anything to do with, obviously, the offensive line. I think the problem is the coaching staff doesn't know what the hell they're doing. And the wide receiving core of the New York Jets, Garrett Wilson, Mike Williams actually looked pretty damn good yesterday in certain points of the game. But everybody else, Conklin didn't run the right routes. Jeremy Rucker didn't run the right routes. You look at Garrett Wilson, he was all over the place. I don't think they're on the same page. That has to do with coaching. And the defense in the second half, Bo Nix has small hands. Bo Nix couldn't throw the ball the whole game. He couldn't throw the ball the whole game. In the third quarter, when it stopped raining, they let Bo Nix on a 3rd and 11. Okay, 3rd and 11, throw the ball 20 yards, get him that first down, took the ball down the field, and they let, obviously, the running game find a way to get to a position where they get a chance to punch it in. They punched it in with Sutton. And by the way, Sauce Gardner, when he says he goes out there on social media saying he's the best, he's this, he's that, to leave Sutton open the way he did and in the end zone, it was despicable. And honestly, it was bad coaching because they let on the 1 yard line, 1st and goal, let Breece Hall run the ball 3 times or twice and didn't really give a chance to Allen. Allen has been everything to what the New York Jets, as in the offseason, all the things that they've made, all the moves that they made. Allen was the biggest pickup in the draft. He's the youngest player coming out of the draft. He was the most impressive player of the last 2 weeks, and they didn't use him enough. Everybody says they're using him a lot. They didn't use him in the big points of the game. I think it was a big problem. It was a big mistake, and I think that's the reason why the Jets couldn't punch it in. If the Jets punch it in on the 1 yard line, the Jets win the game. They didn't even have to worry about the field goal kicks. And by the way, Greg the Leg was an absolute joke. I think the team, Bambi Sala, doesn't know what he's doing. I think this team is in a lot of trouble. If they don't beat Minnesota at 9:30 in the morning in London on Sunday, I would say I know it's crazy to say, I think the season is over because they're not beating Buffalo the week after. All right. And I'm not saying they can't beat Buffalo. If they don't beat Minnesota next week, there's no chance in hell. There's no chance in hell they beat Buffalo. So to me, this game is as important as any game they've had in the last 2 seasons, even without Aaron Rodgers. If they plan to make the playoffs and make a run or even sneak into the playoffs, they need to beat Minnesota in London.
Aaron Rodgers looked like Zach Wilson last 2 nights ago. That's what he looked like. Running for his life, not being able to throw the ball. It's sad to say, but that's what it looked like.
Aaron Rodgers, when he was running and he was moving inside and out of the pocket, actually looked pretty good and looked pretty accurate. I don't think he looked anything like Zach Wilson. Zach Wilson, even when he was playing at the top of his game in Kansas City, couldn't make the throws Aaron Rodgers was making in that game. Even Aaron Rodgers wasn't playing at the top of his game, but he was making throws. The problem is that the wide receivers are not on the same page as him. That has something to do with coaching. That has something to do with the coaching staff and maybe not getting them ready the right way for that game. I think the problem with the Jets in that game was really all of the wide receivers not being on the same page. It had nothing to do with Aaron Rodgers. Aaron Rodgers just doesn't know how to handle when these players aren't playing well. He doesn't know how to handle them on the sidelines because he's such an aggressive player like Tom Brady. If things aren't going right, he's crying about it. That's the problem with Aaron Rodgers.
I got a lot of faith in Aaron Rodgers. I got a lot of faith in his team. But the thing is, the coaching needs to step up big time, or Aaron Rodgers needs to just take over Salah's position completely.
Well,
that's how I believe.
Well, we really appreciate
because Aaron Rodgers can run a defense just as good as Ulbrich, and he knows Ulbrich better than, and he likes Ulbrich better than he does Salah. He looks at Salah like, I'm your boss. You're my son.
Listen,
I know
don't call him,
offense, and I know
don't call
football
him
a lot more than you.
Don't call him Robert Saleh anymore. His name is Bambi, okay? I'm going to give you a little tip here. Call him Bambi. It's very nice for you to call. Keep listening to the show. We'll be live on Wednesday. Thank you, OG Jets fan, for joining us. Well, he seems like a nice guy. I think he's obviously likes listening to himself. I mean, that's fine. I mean, there's nothing wrong with it. I just think that he wasn't watching the same game we all were watching, I guess. I don't know how he could say that. I don't think right now, they don't have coaches. I don't even know what they're doing sometimes. There are quarters that they look like a defense, and there are quarters they don't look like they don't even want to be there. The wide receiving core was a shell of what they were the week before, and that was because it was the Patriots. The Broncos aren't good. They're not a world beater, but the Broncos look like they have a defense that actually can win championships. That defense is the real deal. If they could figure out how to get Bo Nix on track like Justin Fields is doing right now over there with Pittsburgh, I wouldn't be surprised if the Broncos make the playoffs. I was very impressed with their defense. That was probably the best defense I've seen the Jets play against this year. That's even better. They're even better than San Francisco. I thought their defense was very impressive. I really was impressed with what they did against the Jets offense. Even though the offense is not a world beater, Garrett Wilson was shut down. The running game was shut down. Everything was shut down. The only person that wasn't shut down was Mike Williams. And if Aaron Rodgers can build the chemistry with Mike Williams, that could change everything for that offense, because that will open up the field for Garrett Wilson. Right now, everybody knows that Garrett Wilson is the number one guy. And until they find that number two guy, that real legit number two guy, what happened to Corley? What happened to him? They drafted this kid. Where the F is him? I don't want to say, I was about to say a curse. I kind of can't hold myself back on that. But where the F was he? So I don't know. I think the Jets have a lot more problems, but their problems lie with the coaching staff. I don't think it has anything to do with the talent on the field. I think the coaches just don't have this team working in the same direction. I think there's no chemistry with this offense. I think they just depend on pure talent. Pure talent doesn't win. I'm just saying it. Remember the Browns? We talked about the Browns, Speedy. We talked about the Browns years ago. Browns had the most talented team. They didn't even make the playoffs. They didn't even win. I think they won 8 games that year. You can't win with talent. You got to win in a team game. The Patriots championship teams weren't the best, most talented team. They were the best team. They weren't the most talented. They were the best team. You don't necessarily win with talent. And I think the Jets thought by putting all these talented players together on one team, they were going to win a championship. That doesn't work that way. And I'm worried about the Jets. If you're a Jet fan, you have to be worried about this team. You have to be. This is not what you expected this team to be this year. I didn't expect the team to be as bad as they have been. So we'll see. I did think they were going to lose against the Broncos because it's Jet-like. The Jets lose against teams they should beat. And next week, I'm going to tell you this. If you're a betting man, Minnesota is undefeated, and they're flying to London. So are the Jets. I would bet that the Jets win that game. The only reason why I would bet that is because Minnesota is they're flying high, and the Jets are flying low. And right now, when it comes to, the whole Vegas situation, it's just betting odds would favor the Jets winning the game. So if you're a betting man, bet on the Jets this week. Even though I don't trust it, but bet on the Jets. I think the Jets win this week just for the fact that right now Minnesota's flying high. Oh man, what a night. It's been a long one. I'm tired. I'm absolutely tired. it's a shame. I want to apologize to the fans. We had some problems with StreamYard. We'll obviously on Wednesday, everything will be back to normal. So I want to apologize to the fans. It was a good show. I'd like to thank Jack Sperry for joining us. Thank you for Michael Mandelbaum for joining us, and Andrew, his son, coming on with us, and talking about Anthony Pags for joining. Obviously all the stuff that's going on, the accident situation. So thank you for joining us as well. Thank you to all the fans. Thank you to everybody. I'm sorry, for all the craziness over the last couple of hours, but we really appreciate everybody. Keep listening to us. Keep downloading. Keep following us. Thank you, obviously, Scoops, for joining us and giving us your sports minute. Fish, for all the problems that we've had and the technical things with StreamYard. You're always great, and thank you for all your graphics and all the time that you give. You put into all the work. Tommy from Woodbridge.
That one's good, Bush.
Speedy, thank you for not listening to me tonight. As always, I have no idea why you don't listen to me. Again, a shout out to Dikembe Mutombo for passing away, and his family. Rest in peace, passing away from cancer, brain cancer. And a shout out to Carl for giving us the whole, Tommy issue situation. By the way, Keith, thank you. Pete Rose, may he rest in peace as well. Hopefully baseball and this friggin', these writers. I have no idea why Pete Rose is not in the Hall of Fame. But hopefully he gets voted into the Hall of Fame now that he passed away. He should have been in the Hall of Fame 20, 30 years ago. I don't understand it, but he'll never get a chance to see it, but his family will. So may Pete Rose, shout out to Pete Rose's family. May he rest in peace at the age of 83, passing away. So thank you to all the fans. We will be back on Wednesday. Who do we have on?
All right, 9 o'clock. We have ex-Yankee catcher, also played with 5 other teams as well. Jim Larrett, one of the members of the 1996 and 99 championship teams with the Yankees. He'll be on at 9 o'clock. And then returning to the show at 9:30 is our friend Mr. Jock Jones will be back on.
Oh, Jock will be on. So it's a baseball show.
Yes.
By the way, Keith, he's not getting in because he shouldn't. Why? Because he bet on baseball. If he doesn't get in if he shouldn't get in baseball because of betting on baseball, then either should Shohei Ohtani. Okay?
Correct.
Either should Shohei Ohtani, because Shohei Ohtani definitely bet on baseball. And the fact that you don't believe it and you don't think it, every single baseball guy that we've had on the show believes that he bet on baseball and he knew about it. Every single expert, every single ex-baseball player believes that he bet on baseball. But he's going to get into the Hall of Fame because you think he's the greatest thing since sliced bread. No proof. Okay, Keith. No proof. $17 million tells me that there was proof. I don't understand you. What is it with you and this Shohei Ohtani guy? Why don't you get on your hands and knees and give him a nice little suck-off? Something. I mean, maybe tangle with his balls or something. I mean, honestly, anybody who doesn't think that Shohei Ohtani was doing that and betting on baseball is absolutely blind and don't know what the hell they were watching, okay? Because $17 million just doesn't disappear, okay? Anybody, you have accountants, you have all this money in different accounts, and you're going to tell me none of your accountants saw where the money was going? Get the hell out of here. Are you guys that blind? Maybe you are blonde. I mean, blonde people are stupid enough to believe it. So it's just absolutely ridiculous. I'm tired, guys. I got to go. We will be back on Wednesday. Thank you to all the fans. We'll see you. Good night.
You're listening to the Worldwide Sports Radio Network.